Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's annual conference of the Master's Programme on Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security here at the University of Galway. We're running this year's annual conference in conjunction or partnership with the Irish Forum for International Agricultural Development and also the Ryan Institute here at the University. My name is Professor Charlie Spillane. I'm the Director of the MScCCAFS Programme. I'm delighted to welcome everybody who's watching the webinar today. Myself and my colleagues we set up the CCAFS program here at the university back in 2014 in partnership with the CGIAR system, or the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research. And our goal was to provide interdisciplinary training on the topic of climate change, agriculture and food security to our students. Since then, there have been over 165 MScCCAFS graduates from our program from over 35 countries. The vast majority of our graduates have gone on to become major change agents in the arena of climate change, agriculture and food security, working with a wide range of partner organisations globally. The MScCCAFS programme is as important today as it was back in 2014 due to the deepening climate crisis that our economies and societies are now experiencing. As we approach the COP27 climate change conference in Egypt in November, it is increasingly evident that we are not on track to stay within the 1.5 degrees of global warming set out in the Paris Agreement. On the climate adaptation front, there are also major challenges. As the impacts of climate change deepen and increase in frequency, it's clear that the poorest and most marginalized in our societies are the most vulnerable to climate change and associated shocks. Indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a major setback for reaching the targets of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, particularly for improving the livelihoods and food security of the poorest. To meet the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, climate change transition pathways will have to be just and socially inclusive to ensure that no groups are left behind. Climate change transition pathways will also need to navigate many trade-offs and co-benefits in relation to a wide range of other sustainability challenges, including food security, global health, biodiversity, access to clean energy, sustainable consumption, and societal inequality, amongst others. These are all key topics of sustainability, research and innovation that is underway by the 100 research groups within the Interdisciplinary Ryan Institute at the University of Galway. It is against this backdrop that we welcome you to today's MScCCAFS annual conference, where our MScCCAFS students will present research work they have been doing over the past year with our partner institutions and projects to accelerate climate action for sustainable development. Needless to say, we are very proud of our talented graduates, who we consider as the agents of change for climate action. In addition, we'll have a presentation also from the Irish Forum for International Agricultural Development, IFIAD, a partner organisation that we work with closely, and another presentation from the Cliff Grads programme of the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gases, which is supported by the Ryan Institute here at the University of Galway. At that, I would really like to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Peter McKeown, coordinator of the MScCCAFS programme, who will introduce the first session and speakers. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Peter McKeown is my name, and I'm the coordinator of the Master's Programme in Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security here at the University of Galway. I'm really happy to be presenting our first two speakers today. Both of them are going to be talking about institutional and policy frameworks surrounding climate change and natural resources management. First, Jacinta Barons, who will be talking about institutional arrangements for member states reporting to the UNFCCC. Then Bobby Tsetkov, speaking about policy governance of water use in the Asian megadeltas, in which over 400 million people live. Enjoy.
Hello, I am Jacinta Barnes, and I studied as part of my thesis what it means as institutional arrangements for a member state to report on UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. Most countries around the world, once they signed the UNFCCC Convention and the Paris Agreement, they automatically agreed to report on their progress. This report is done through two reports. It's called the National Communication, and the biannual update report for developing countries is called Biannual Report for Annex 1 countries, developed countries. I will be referring to the biannual update report as BUR, and the national communication as INC. So INC, National Communication, Biannual Update Report, BER. So as I mentioned, every country around the world for developing countries have to report on their progress for the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. In the case of the National Communication, started in 2002, and the biannual report started in 2014. When they report on the progress they're making, they must also report on the institutions that they have in place in order to implement these commitments. What this study here is looking at is what it means when you say describe your institutional arrangements. So this study will look at helping to unbundle what it means. It will look at what UNFCCC has said it means. It'll put forward an alternative model of what institutional arrangements mean, and then it will compare this second approach of the usefulness of it. But the question has to be asked, why are member states asked to report on their institutional arrangements? Why is it important? The answer is simple. It's important because if there are not institutional arrangements in place, if there aren't institutions, then a country cannot report. They cannot implement on their progress they're making, both for the Convention as well as the Paris Agreement. That's why it's very important. And that's why member states are asked to report on what institutions they have in place. But it's particularly important for developing countries because many of them are young nations, and establishing these can be challenging. What is the issue for this research? The issue is that UNFCCC have asked member states to describe their institutional arrangements using 5 components. This research is saying, well, actually, that approach is limited, these components, and it puts forward alternative 5 components, which I'll discuss in a minute. And why this research is important is that there is no academic research done on looking at institutional arrangements by countries to implement the Paris Agreement, which for me was very surprising. So immediately I jump into what UNFCCC are suggesting that member states should describe when they are telling what institutional arrangements they have in place. And it's these 5. Countries to tell the organizational mandates of the ministries, the institutions that are involved, the expertise, the data flows, the system and tools they're using, and the stakeholder engagement. I'm suggesting an alternative way for describing to that just mentioned now that UNFCCC are saying, and I'm suggesting to use the STAR organization model. It's also made up of 5 components. It's got using strategy, structure, processes, rewards, and people. Strategy is the Paris Agreement and the Convention. And in short term, that countries design this in terms of their indices. A structure, as we know, in any country, in any government, there is a structure. There are supervisors and there's supervisees, and these can be at many levels and many hierarchies. But in an organization, you can have a structure, you can have strategy, but you need people to do the work. In addition, people need to know how to do the work, hence they need processes. And lastly, rewards. People need to be motivated, therefore they need to get paid and other rewards to do their work. So that's the model and the 5 components I'm proposing that should be used instead of what UNFCCC are proposing that member states can be used to describe the institutional arrangements. So the research then was involved in comparing this suggested STAR model against the UNFCCC. So the methodology I used is I carried out interviews with 5 countries, Bangladesh, Botswana, Jamaica, Ghana, and Namibia. I also include Nigeria because they had written a lot of detail in their INSEE report and their BER report, and also INDC and other reports. And I also had email exchanges. And I also used reports from these other countries as well. So the results, as I mentioned, the strategy is the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC Convention. So the results I found, and this is all very brief, under structure, the structure in the 6 developing countries that I studied involves 5 elements. It has a coordinating ministry. All countries had a coordinating ministry for the Paris Agreement and the Convention. It had cross-ministerial working groups that involved people from the ministry, the government, and outside the government. It had what's called a project management unit, which I'll explain in a moment, and they had a senior coordinating body. That is a body at ministerial level or senior technical level, again, with members across government. And they have what's called a UNFCCC focal person. So this here, this figure here shows what I found in the 6 countries. In the first column, you can see the 6 countries. In the second column, you can see that all countries have a coordinating body except Jamaica. The third column tells the level of the structures, with the permanent secretary being the highest level, the deputy the next level, department the next level, division the next level, and unit the lowest level. The project management unit is a small unit within the unit itself. And again, if you look at the countries, Nigeria had the structure at the highest level of government, closest to the highest technical level of government and closest to the minister, with at department level with 4 divisions. Also, Jamaica had within a division, and Botswana had at a unit level, and Ghana at a unit level, and in Namibia also at unit level. So if you look at PMUs, both Bangladesh, Ghana, Jamaica and Namibia all had PMUs. At the sector level, you had working groups across the sectors, or you had thematic groups like for the national inventory or mitigation or adaptation. So again, all 6 countries except Jamaica had working groups. Again, which was very important, all had the focal persons. So again, looking at this, they had coordinating, overall coordinating body except Jamaica. You had very different levels of who is coordination within the ministry. They all had working groups except Jamaica. And as I say, all had focal persons. So the next one is the people and rewards component. This was very interesting because, again, across all the 6 countries, they varied in the number of staff directly involved in writing and reporting on the INSEE report and the BER report. There was as few as 4 staff or as many as 113 in Nigeria. Also, some countries recruited technical coordinators who were located in these project management units. And often these project management units were the ones responsible for recruiting consultants who generally wrote the reports. So it was a little bit of concern to see the Bangladesh, Botswana, Jamaica, and Namibia are still using consultants. But again, it's understanding in terms of the youngness, as if it were, of institutions, with Ghana and being the most experienced in terms of staff and the working group writing the reports. A lot of effort is being made by Nigeria and Namibia to make sure that the writing of the reports is being done by the staff. But it's early days, both in Nigeria and early days in Namibia as well. Now, as I mentioned, strategy, we've discussed. Structure, we have talked about. People, we have talked about, and rewards. Rewards is, as I mentioned, being paid a salary or motivation. All countries have some rewards in place, but still quite a bit has to be done on rewards. Now, the last component is processes. And process is very important. UNFCCC has done a lot of work in supporting developing countries on processes, and I've written several manuals on how to plan to develop a NAMA, how to develop a NAP, how to write a national inventory. They have done a lot of manuals, prepared manuals on how to collect data, analyze data, report on data, how to set up archiving systems, and so on. So what this study found is that when it came to process, all countries, there is still quite a journey to go. Ghana, as you will see in a moment, has done quite a lot in terms of both the collection of the data, analyzing the reporting. But on this figure here, using the colors, the first light yellow color, all countries have a coordinating body, but the degree to which they work varies immensely across the countries. All countries are planning, but according to UNFCCC, they're meant to individually plan for the INSEE, for the national inventory, and for BER, and even the components and the chapters of these reports, they are meant to plan at that subsection level. Again, the extent to which they're planning varies across country, and it's an area that needs to be strengthened. All countries have to have a formal approval process for these reports before they're sent to the to UNFCCC. Again, there is a process in place by all countries, but the extent to which it's formal and follows a very formal process varies across all countries. Now, when it comes to the data collection, which is very important because data is the way of defining where the current status of a country is in relation to climate change, it also looks at what it is that their greenhouse gas reduction targets are and how do you measure progress. All countries for their national inventories did collect data for the 4 sectors of energy, AFLU, IPU and waste, but the degree to which they're collecting the data themselves and not consultants, in which they're analysing the data, are using the formulas that UNFCCC are proposing to use, how they're analysing all of that varies considerably across the countries. And again, quite a bit has to be done on that. Again, keeping on the data aspect in blue, you can see here, all countries are recommended by UNFCCC to have databases that are available and online for all the ministries in the government to access. And they're meant to be not only collecting data to write these 2 reports, but is meant to be collected on a continuous basis. Again, Ghana is the most advanced. The other countries are planning, are implementing. Nigeria is doing a lot of work in this area. Likewise, Namibia, but it is an area that needs a lot of help. And in the case of UNFCCC, they talk this MRV, the measurement, reporting and verification, because it's such an important instrument in really sharing where a country is at in terms of its Paris Agreement commitments. So a lot of work still needs to be there in setting up these processes and the archiving system, because all reports have to be archived in order that everybody can read them. Again, Ghana and Nigeria are doing a lot of work on that. So that was the report of the components in a very, very brief format. The paper is much more elaborate. But in terms of the usefulness of the STAR model versus the UNFCCC 5 components, things that stand out very clear using STAR model is the structure. One can see immediately what is the level at which the coordinating of these reports is at. And as we saw in some countries at a low level, away from ministerial decision-making. So this STAR model helps to immediately see the structures that countries have put in place. And this can be challenging for many countries. The second thing the STAR model really brings out very, very clearly is processes. As I mentioned earlier on, UNFCCC has done a lot of work in helping countries, but yet their model doesn't talk about process. Instead, they talk about tools and data flows, which as such are enablers. But this model really helps to bring out very clearly and loudly processes. The other aspect of the model is that it brings out the interdependence of each of the components, while the UNFCCC talks about separate. But in this case, if you have a strategy in place, structure in place, rewards and people, and then you don't have one of the components, for example, structure, the whole model will not work. So each component is dependent on the other. Now, that element is very important when you're identifying what institution is required and what supports are required. Likewise, the STAR model helps to have delicate conversations with countries around aspects like staff, expertise, and rewards, and structure, because that's often seen as an internal domestic issue and not for other countries to interfere or even have a discussion on. The STAR model allows to bring that out in a very objective manner. So the implications of the research that has been done is we would like now to advocate to UNFCCC that this STAR model should be used as an alternative model to the 5 components they have said. Why? For 2 reasons. One, it helps member states to describe better their institutional arrangements that are in place, bringing out very clearly aspects of structure and processes, and even we're suggesting having templates in place to facilitate countries to describe their institutional arrangements. And secondly, the STAR model actually helps to help a country to define what is the optimal structure that's needed. And the reason being is that from 2024, the BER will be replaced by what we call a biennial transparency report, a PTR. And that report requires member states to describe their institutional arrangements for every element of that BTR report, and therefore institutional arrangements has even got a heightened attention, which means countries will have to expand their institutional arrangements in order to be able to demonstrate that they are implementing the Paris Agreement and the Convention. And also the implication of this research, as I mentioned earlier on, this is the first research to look at the institutions versus the implementation of the Paris Agreement. So obviously we're advocating that more research should be done in institutions given their importance. Thank you.
Hi and welcome to you all watching the 22 annual MScCCAFS conference. My name is Bobby and today I'll be giving you a presentation on my project that I did in collaboration with the International Water Management Institute. The project is titled The Trade-offs and Compromises of Water-Land Governance in Asian Megadeltas, a comparative case study of the Bangladesh GBM Delta and the Cambodia Mekong Delta. Before we begin talking about Bangladesh and Cambodia, it is first important to lay out what we mean by water-land management when talking about food security in regards to this project. When we think of water and land governance, the first thing that might come to mind are farms, farmers, their tools, techniques, and how they geographically alter the land. While these are key parts of the system, they only make up a fraction of it. To achieve truly effective land-water governance that benefits our food systems and increases climate resilience and productivity, we need to also look at other aspects, such as governance and the institutional capacity of a country to make laws and policies that lead to effective water-land governance, social structures, and relationships between different members of society. The ability of a government to compromise and work with individuals, communities, and NGOs. Furthermore, the way in which a country handles water-land governance must consider issues of gender equality, representation, and legitimacy for every group. These solutions should be created with a long-term vision and factor not just inward connections, but a cross-sectoral and multinational approach. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about deltas and why this specific landform is the target of the project. For starters, river deltas are excellent homes for humans, providing a home for millions of people and acting as breadbaskets for the world due to their excellent soil and freshwater access. Additionally, they are some of the most biodiverse regions in the world and are a crucial part of ecosystems. Human population centers have grown around deltas, and they are now also key aspects of countries' economies and development strategies, not just in agriculture, but in industrial growth to transport and energy. However, in contrast to this, they are also areas at the forefront of climate change. These Asian megadeltas, for instance, face threats from rising sea levels, saltwater intrusion, unregulated expansion into protected delta lands, and soil erosion. A transformation is necessary in the GBM and the Mekong Delta to ensure that they are managed sustainably and that water-land governance is effective in providing a balance in the system to increase food productivity and conservation of the environment. Before I begin discussing the efforts to implement effective land-water governance in the two deltas, I'll quickly go over the research methods employed in this project. Much of the background knowledge was gathered from literature review. A review of case studies on specific projects in the deltas was carried out, and secondary sources of farmer interviews in the deltas to get their experience, and finally, my own analysis and comparison of both deltas. Bangladesh, to start with, is a country of 140 million people with a high level of economic growth at 7.5%. Notably, Bangladesh has done very well in growing rice output and becoming rice secure in the last decades. However, the Bangladesh government is trying to diversify agriculture with an increase of production in other crops, vegetables, fruits, and an increase in animal proteins and dairy products. These more diverse diets will require a lot more output from Bangladesh's agricultural sector. In addition, the agricultural sector has to compete with other growing industries and sectors for land and water resources. Agriculture traditionally accounted for 60% of the GDP up until 1970. Now only 13% out of 2019. In ensuring it gets its fair share in terms of water management, the Bangladesh government has not performed to the necessary standard. There is poor communication between various departments dealing with water, leading to poor implementation of policies and plans. Lack of consultation and transparency with civil society perpetuates this mismanagement, leading to corruption occurring at local levels of government. In terms of land governments, there are no up-to-date accurate databases of land distribution. The system is not accessible for the poor and smallholder farmers. Improper zoning charts also don't protect agricultural land from other sectors. There have been efforts to increase local participation in water land management, such as in the creation of water management organizations led by local farming communities. However, outsourcing of control to water management organizations has led to the inability to establish proper management rules, poor upkeep of facilities, and an increase in social inequality. In essence, the water management organizations have been given the task of managing irrigation systems, but have to source their own funding for maintenance. Here I have a quick summary of all the challenges that Bangladesh faces in case you want to pause and have a look at them. Next, we'll talk about Cambodia. So Cambodia has a much smaller population than Bangladesh at 16.7 million. Its economy grew an average of 7% from 2010 to 2019, so it's also a fast-growing economy. Agriculture is still the most important sector in Cambodia, with no real competition from other sectors, as it has small industrial capacity and a small manufacturing base. The challenges to agriculture come from the fact that Cambodia is a very large country, and the majority of its rice growing and cultivated land is not irrigated. It is predominantly rain-fed. The Cambodian political system is highly centralized and favors large infrastructure projects instead of developing community schemes and projects. In terms of land management, small farmers have been forced to sell land to bigger farmers due to rising prices for farm inputs and stagnating rice yields. Large farmers accumulate land and invest in better technologies to compete in international markets. In water governments, decentralization attempts have been made with the establishment of farmer water user communities and fishing communities which represent the rights of wild fisheries, which are critical to Cambodia's food security, but they are merely an extension of central government and do not have the mandate to be independent and representative of the farming communities. Farmer water user communities have to find their own funding to maintain and repair irrigation schemes, but this requires expertise and technical knowledge, which the central government does not provide. As a result, farmers do not see the benefit of irrigation schemes and don't fund the farmer water user communities. Fishing communities which rely on wild fisheries do not have safeguards against damming of the Mekong and are subject to environmental degradation. Here I have another summary for Cambodia and its main challenges. Now that we know the challenges agriculture faces in terms of waterland governments in these deltas, what are the alternative approaches to solving each country's issues? Well, for starters, Bangladesh's main driver of future growth and implementing an integrated approach to water land management is the Bangladesh Delta Plan 100, which is a set of policy guidelines and goals which will guide the future of development in the Delta. It is dealing with the issue of poor communication between ministries by reforming government structures and guidelines and giving necessary training to government officials to increase transparency, cooperation and contact between government and the water management organizations. In turn, building representation, legitimacy, and trust among communities. In addition, the Bangladesh Delta Plan 100 aims to increase NGOs' involvement in dialogues and projects between water management organizations and the government, helping to ensure they are transparent, inclusive, and that water management organizations have the capacity to get funding for maintenance and repairs of irrigation schemes. In comparison to this, Cambodia is not taking the same approach to water land management. The government sees expanding farm sizes as necessary steps in expanding agriculture, with the belief that smallholders will find new opportunities in markets that emerge as a result of growth in agriculture. To date, there has been very little government reform or decentralization, and farmer water user communities are still unable to effectively manage irrigation systems with no prospect of system-wide change. However, fishing communities have been given some prospect of protection by the government, as allowing them to have designated protected wild fisheries to allow them to coexist with private fisheries and damming projects. Now, to conclude quickly what the findings were of the project. So both countries have attempted to decentralize water governance. Bangladesh has high sectoral competition for water in terms of agriculture and other sectors. the Bangladesh Delta Plan is the main driver of improving farmer inclusivity and representation. Cambodia is highly centralized and provides poor support for farmer water user communities and fishing communities. The Cambodian government is pivoting towards larger farms and damming projects as opposed to helping develop local community projects and helping with local decentralized communities. In essence, what I have concluded from the study and what is a possible conclusion is that Bangladesh is making greater efforts to improve food sustainability and increase production as opposed to the route that Cambodia has taken. Thank you everyone for listening to my presentation. I want to especially thank Dr. Peter McKeown and Professor Charles Villan, and also thank you to Dr. Joshi Deepa and Dr. Sanjeev De Silva for all of the help they have given me over the last few months I've done this project. Thank you.
Hello, welcome everyone to this session. My name is Dr. Una Murray. I'm on the MScCCAFS Programme Committee and I specialise in international development. The topic for this session is social inclusion and justice in climate change transformational pathways or transformation pathways for sustainable agri-food systems, something close to my heart. We know we require a paradigm shift to put in place climate change transformation pathways, and there are many ways to look at climate justice, which we covered in class. So this is a really important topic, not least because of the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals mantra of leave no one behind. We have 3 speakers in this session presenting their research projects. The first is Robert Burke, whose topic is on enabling inclusive action to build resilience and reduce vulnerability to climate change. The second speaker is Megan Moylan, who worked with us on the Migration, Climate Change and Social Protection project to research examples of social protection being used to strengthen climate resilience in agriculture in East Africa. And the third speaker is Evan Kunkar, whose research project was on social equity blind spots for transformational adaptation in climate projects. So 3 very interesting speakers, and at that I'm going to hand you over to the first speaker in this session, Robert. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Burke, a climate change, agriculture and food security student at the National University of Ireland, Galway. I completed my thesis in collaboration with the International Institute of Rural Reconstruction, the IIRR. The title of my thesis was Enabling Socially Inclusive Action to Build Resilience and Reduce Vulnerability to Climate Change and Natural Hazards of the Most Marginalized. So to introduce the topic, the 2030 Agenda and the Leave No One Behind pledge. So at the heart of the 2030 Agenda is the progressive universalism of reaching the furthest behind first. This will require a strong identification of those who have been left behind and to help to eradicate poverty for those furthest behind. There are a large quantity of people living in multidimensional poverty and are often concentrated in rural areas. Therefore, to lift a large number of people out of poverty, there needs to be a strong focus on rural transformation. So to ensure that rural transformation is socially inclusive, there needs to be an identification of those who are furthest behind, a disaggregated understanding of the opportunities and constraints of smallholder farmers, more focus on pro-poor targeting, using farmer classification frameworks to aid pro-poor targeting, social protection and a gender transformative approach to rural transformation and development. So, as we said, a large quantity of people who are living in poverty are concentrated in rural areas, with many of them reliant on agriculture for their livelihoods. So smallholder farmers are amongst the most vulnerable farmers in rural societies. They are often defined by the size of their land holding, so anywhere from 2 to 10 hectares, but small may also refer to a scarcity of resources or assets which are needed to build resilient livelihoods. Smallholder farmers produce around 35% of the world's food calories, so they're very important to the future of food security. However, they're often in areas of low productivity, such as hillsides or semi-arid and arid regions, making it very difficult for them to increase their productivity against climate change. The most vulnerable groups of farmers are smallholder farmers, indigenous farmers, female-headed households, landless farmers, and rural youth farmers. A common characteristic of all of these farmers is a lack of secure land tenure. But in the correct investment policy and institutional environments, smallholder farmers, because of their intensive farming systems, can actually be more productive than large-scale farmers. And they also protect a lot of the world's agro-biodiversity, which is extremely important for sustainable development. So therefore, we found that providing these farmers with land tenure security can be an essential component to building their resilience against climate change. It's also specifically important to SDG 15, Life on Land, which calls for sustainable management of forests and restoration of degraded lands to combat desertification. There are also many other sustainable development benefits of providing smallholder farmers with secure land tenure, including food and nutrition security, alleviating poverty, natural resource management, climate adaptation and mitigation responses, farmer agency, and less land conflict. So providing farmers in the different rural societies with the 3 dimensions of land tenure security can be an essential resilience building component. As we can see in the diagram, we have the 3 dimensions of land tenure security: robustness, duration, and assurance, which means that provided all 3 of these dimensions, smallholder farmers can make decisions on their farm for a given amount of time. So development needs to become pro-poor. So in the past, interventions to lift a number of people out of poverty aim to be pro-poor, but actually only benefited the more well-off in societies due to a lack of proper targeting strategies. So pro-poor targeting aims to reduce the incidences of inclusion errors and exclusion errors in poverty alleviation programs. So inclusion errors occurs when those who are well off benefit from the program, and exclusion errors occur when those who are in serious need of the program are left out. So IFIAD use different targeting strategies such as geographical targeting, community-based targeting, self-targeting, and direct targeting to enhance the efficiency of their programs and to make sure that those who are living in the most marginalized communities are actually becoming beneficiaries of a given program. So we can use farmer classification frameworks to aid pro-poor targeting. So we use the doorward typology, which is the hanging in, stepping up, stepping out typology. So those who are hanging in are maintaining their subsistence, but do not have the assets to upgrade their production. Stepping up farmers are well endowed and they can improve their agriculture to put themselves in a more resilient position. And stepping out are those who wish to leave agriculture altogether, to achieve more prosperous non-agricultural livelihoods. And those who are dropping out are chronically poor and landless laborers who do not have where agriculture will not be able to help them to build resilience against climate change or other shocks. They will need humanitarian assistance or coupled with social protection packages. So we also found that social protection is going to be critical for inclusive rural development. It is also mentioned in SDG Target 1.3 to implement nationally appropriate social protection systems and measures. So social protection has many sustainable development benefits, such as reducing the worst effect of poverty, reducing inequalities, help prevent negative ex-ante and ex-post coping strategies, and provide safety nets for those who are looking to step up. We also found that different social protection packages will have different benefits for the farmers along a different trajectory. For example, farmers who are hanging in will see benefit out of in-kind cash transfers, where they get regular transfers of cash to help them to purchase inputs or just to maintain their food security. Whereas farmers who are stepping up would benefit from index-based insurance, which would provide them with the security and alleviate risks involved with stepping up their production. But there are also some challenges to achieving universal social protection, with the biggest one being the gap in social protection worldwide. So according to the International Labour Organization, only 45% of the world's population is covered by at least one form of social protection. So as we can see in the diagram, there's a large gap in spending of social protection packages from the high income countries and low income countries. These graphs were created using data from the World Bank's report on social protection from the year 2020, which was the year of the COVID pandemic, where there was an increase in social protection around the world, but as we can see in the graphs, there's still a huge gap to overcome. Another problem with social protection packages is they're subject to elite capture. Now, elite capture occurs when goods that are meant for the poor are usurped by the rich or those with more political or economic influence. This causes the widening of the gap between the rich and the poor, and it is prevalent in subsidy programs and other types of aid. So to really transform rural communities and make sure that we make them socially inclusive, we also need to think about the gender aspects. So agricultural development projects can progress towards gender equality as long as many other of the sustainable development goals. So agricultures can have a positive impact on gender equalities or a negative impact. So as you can see in the diagram, we have what's called the gender continuum. So the gender continuum can help development practitioners assess the gender dimensions or the depth of gender considerations in their programs. So we can have gender blind, moving to gender aware, and gender transformative. So development needs to be gender transformative, where the issues of gender inequalities are tackled so that both men and women are benefiting from the development program. So to conclude, rural transformation will be a strong development focus for the future, especially just considering the fact that a large amount of people will benefit from this. So tackling poverty at its source will make huge progress towards achieving the SDGs. So one aspect to make this possible is to provide smallholder farmers with land tenure security. We also need a stronger focus on poor growth, and there needs to be robust pro-poor targeting strategies with continuous monitoring and evaluation. There needs to be more investment in social protection around the world to close the financial gap in expenditure on social protection between and within countries. Understanding that smallholder farmers are diverse groups of farmers with different aspirations, different access to assets, constraints and opportunities will enable better targeting and better interventions for the future. And rural transformation will require policymakers to adopt a gender transformative approach to development to ensure that we achieve SDG Target 5, gender equality, and to empower men and women of rural societies. So I would like to thank the following for their help and support throughout my project: my NUI Galway supervisors, Professor Charles Spillane, Dr. Peter McKeown, and Dr. Una Murray, and my host supervisors from the International Institute of Rural Reconstruction, Dr. Julian Gonsalves and Dr. Wilson John Barban. Thank you all very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Megan and my research project is titled Social Protection to Strengthen Climate Resilience in Agriculture in East Africa. The project has been carried out in partnership with MScCCAFS at NUI Galway. To begin, I will introduce the overall topic and I will first explain the two main concepts of the project, which are social protection and resilience. Social protection refers to all public and private initiatives that provide access to health, education, housing or income and consumption transfers to people. Social protection is increasingly important for building resilience of vulnerable communities against climate-related shocks. Resilience refers to the ability for people to prepare for, cope with, and adapt to shocks. These programs are especially important for the regions in East Africa, as they are particularly vulnerable to climate change and its impacts. Climate models predict that the region will experience increased weather variability because of climate change in the coming decades. This figure illustrates the level of global warming for East Africa under the predicted climate change scenario of shared socioeconomic pathway 2. Under this scenario, the region is likely to witness a temperature increase of 0.9 degrees by 2040. The countries in East Africa are already subject to climate variability and extremes, such as droughts and floods, which can have serious social implications. The region's vulnerability to climate change is also partly due to the lack of economic development and a high dependence on agriculture for livelihoods. In this photo, we can see beneficiaries of the Productive Safety Net Programme, the PSNP in Ethiopia, participating in a public works project. My paper analyzes evaluations of social protection programs in 5 East African countries in order to assess their impact on resilience building. The paper collated 16 evaluations from 5 countries: Ethiopia, Tanzania, Uganda, and Malawi. The evaluations were analysed based on food security, resilience building, maladaptive coping strategies, gender, migration, and CSA uptake. This was done using qualitative analysis and the in vivo 12 software. This figure here illustrates the percentage of the population covered by social protection programs in the countries of interest. Improving food security with social protection. Food security is measured by the number of months that a household can satisfy its food needs. A household is food secure if they have provisioned food for 12 months of the year. Social protection has proven to improve food security through regular cash transfers, public works programs, and trainings in CSA. For example, the PSNP improved food security by 1.29 months after 5 years of participation. A similar trend has been seen amongst other social protection programs. However, this trend has not continued following the graduation of the programs, and many households did not remain food secure. 25% of the PSNP participants reported a decline in their food security following graduation from the program. Reducing poverty and eliminating maladaptive coping strategies. Shocks tend to disproportionately affect poorer households who are more vulnerable to their impacts. And as such, they are then likely to resort to maladaptive coping strategies like selling assets in response. Regular cash transfers are perhaps the most important aspect of social protection, allowing households to save and afford school fees, enabling the next generation to access paid employment, and reducing distress sales. The PSSN in Tanzania reduced the likelihood of income or asset loss by 4.3% by allowing increased savings among households. In 2010, 54% of participants of the PSNP public works programs reported making distress sales to meet food needs. By 2014, this was reduced to 25%. Building resilience through climate-smart agriculture. Access to resources like climate information services, irrigation systems, and training in CSA practices are necessary for supporting livelihoods and improving food security and household income. Social protection can help to ease the constraints in adopting CSA for smallholder farmers through cash transfers, reduction of credit constraints, and training programs. Tanzania's PSSN has increased the amount of households cultivating farm plots by 6.6% and increased the use of agricultural inputs like seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, which lead to higher productivity. Uganda's PIMS project increased the number of households practicing CSA by 17% by providing access to early warning systems and training programs for lead farmers. For gender and social protection. Social protection can contribute to gender transformational change by addressing gender vulnerabilities. This involves specific programs tailored for women. In the evaluation of Malawi's INGO emergency cash transfer program, we found that nearly 45% of male beneficiaries felt that the linkage was making them more resilient to shocks, compared to 40% of female beneficiaries. This shows that there is a need for more female-tailored programs. The migration and social protection nexus was initially a focus of this study. However, this link was not identified amongst the evaluations studied. And in order for social protection programs to improve resilience among vulnerable groups, issues of migration need to be incorporated into social protection strategies and planning. To conclude, our findings are that social protection programs make a strong contribution to increasing the capacity of vulnerable households to respond to shocks and stresses. Social protection programs do this through the provision of reliable, national, and social safety net systems, even when they're not specifically designed to address climate-related risks. There is still a need to expand the scope of programs in order to reach all vulnerable groups, including women, youths, and people with disabilities. Many beneficiaries still find that cash transfers are the only aspect of social protection programs that have a long-term impact. Improved access to basic resources and services such as climate information services, irrigation systems, and trainings in CSA is necessary in supporting agricultural livelihoods. Thank you to everyone for listening, and I also want to say a quick thank you to my supervisors, Dr. Una Murray, Professor Charles Spillane, and Dr. Peter McKeown. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Evan. MScCCAFS research project focuses on social equity blind spots for transformational adaptation in agricultural projects in Africa. Global greenhouse gas emissions have continued to rise during the past decade, with the annual average greenhouse gas emissions between 2010 and 2019 being higher than in any previous decade. Vulnerability to the adverse effects of climate change is not the same for everyone on the planet, with the variability of these vulnerabilities being caused by a plethora of factors. These factors include geographical or biophysical location and economic and social statuses, such as age, health, caste, and sex. Interventions that could alleviate the negative effect of climate change and natural disasters can also come victim to being socially and economically exclusive. An example of this was apparent in 2005 during Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, where the segregation of marginalized groups led to the deaths of over 1,000 people from an elderly community. This research project was carried out to analyse what extent social equity and transformational adaptation are integrated into agricultural development projects. Both social equity and transformational adaptation are growing in prominence as they are converging to enable positive social impacts in agricultural and rural areas. Social equity focuses on the fairness of how people are treated within society through the consideration of the roots of their vulnerabilities. In an agricultural context, the term can be considered and implemented from different perspectives and rationales. For instance, distributional equity relates to the fairness in the allocation of costs and benefits associated with climate-smart agriculture. On the other hand, procedural equity focuses on the governance and decision-making processes involved with introducing new mechanisms and policies that enhance climate-smart agriculture. When issues pertaining to a lack of social equity are not addressed in climate-smart adaptation strategies, some marginalized groups can end up being more exposed to the adverse effects of climate change, thus leading to maladaptation. Transformational adaptation involves changing the societal and industrial structures that cause climate change vulnerabilities for the most marginalized. In an agricultural sense, it requires major changes and purposeful actions between social and economic agricultural landscapes. This research project focused on 18 large-scale agriculture and climate change development projects that are underway in 4 African countries: Kenya, Morocco, Senegal, and Zambia. I used in vivo coding software to analyze the proposal documents for each of these projects. This allowed me to convert the qualitative data within the documents into quantitative data. In vivo then provided the opportunity to make qualitative assumptions from the statistical data. This allowed for the analyzation of the differences in marginalization between categories of vulnerable groups, such as gender, the disabled community, indigenous and ethnic groups, health, so those that are suffering with disease, and unspecified marginalized groups. The unspecified marginalized groups category was added for those that are described as marginalized, but their type of marginalization is not specified. The documents were then analyzed to assess how vulnerable groups were benefiting from project initiatives and whether these initiatives were being monitored on their success by the projects. These initiatives were divided into 2 groups: initiatives that are empowerment related and initiatives that are economically and financially related. Through reading 2 proposal documents as a test, I compiled a list of suitable words to use for the rest of the documents in a Boolean algebra function within NVivo. I could then categorize sections of the proposals into codes, depending on the type of initiative it was and the reasoning for their marginalization. This can be seen on the figure on the right, which highlights the codes used for the empowerment section of the research project. The project documents tended to have sections that focus on how vulnerable groups are currently marginalized within their project areas. I felt it was important to monitor this to see if there is a correlation of the vulnerabilities that they outline and the subsequent initiatives that they implement. Gender was the most predominant marginalized group to feature in this section, as 56% of the references were gender related. In contrast, there was only 7 references pertaining to health, while references pertaining to indigenous groups and the disabled community did not feature at all. Similarly to the vulnerability section, gender was referenced most frequently in terms of economically orientated initiatives within the 18 projects. More than 46% of the codes pertaining to marginalized groups were gender related. In comparison, there were only 2 references each relating to economic initiatives for the disabled community and indigenous and ethnic groups. With 30% of the references, age also featured heavily in the section, but these results are somewhat skewed due to a large proportion of these references only coming from 2 projects. As the research project progressed, it became apparent that there is a wide variability of results when comparing certain projects. To portray the data in the research project, I created country-by-country tables that show the exact number of references pertaining to each code and each project. As seen on this table, which shows the economically orientated initiatives of projects in Zambia, The Rural Finance Expansion Programme had over half of the references in the country, while the Enhanced Smallholder Business Promotion Programme and the Zambia Agribusiness and Trade Project did not feature at all. Like the vulnerability and the economic orientation initiative sections, the empowerment initiatives were mainly gender related as well, as it featured for 58% of the total references. And like the previous sections, the number of references pertaining to the other marginalized groups were incredibly low in comparison. For instance, when all of the references pertaining to the disabled community, indigenous and ethnic groups, and those suffering from disease are added together, it only accounted for 5% of the references, a 43% decrease when compared to gender. The text analysis of keywords across the 18 project proposal documents indicated that there is a strong emphasis on gender-related vulnerabilities, with the possibility of other important areas of marginalization, age, disability, health, and indigenous and ethnic groups being neglected. As was the case for all marginalized groups, the percentage breakdown of references pertaining to each group did not correlate with the percentage populations of these groups within the project regions. For instance, in Zambia, nearly 15% of the population have a disability, but the number of references pertaining to this community in the projects were a lot less. This demonstrated a significant discrepancy between the proposal documents and the literature pertaining to these marginalized groups and their vulnerabilities. In some cases, there were discrepancies between the vulnerabilities outlined in the projects and their subsequent initiatives. For example, there are very few references to health empowerment or health economic benefits supported by the projects, despite the fact that the same projects recognize the detrimental impact that the HIV/AIDS pandemic inflicts on the regions where they are being implemented. Throughout the agricultural sector, the importance of gender equality and alleviating gender marginalization cannot be understated. The greater inclusion of gender-based initiatives is particularly important as current marginalization towards rural women in developing countries is still highly prevalent. Where projects tend to fall short of being transformative is with the equivalent inclusion of other marginalized groups. The question can be asked whether there can be a singular overemphasis on gender in projects that leads to vulnerability blindness in relation to other dimensions of vulnerability. Also, this lack of inclusion can in fact inhibit women. For instance, if an elderly woman is part of an indigenous community and can avail of a project initiative, but one that is only suitable to women, she may not be able to participate due to her other aspects of marginalization and thus enhancing her vulnerability to climate change. While it may be difficult to achieve, the benefits of integrating social equity and transformational adaptation into future agricultural development projects will be significant in alleviating the effects of climate change for those in developing countries. I would like to thank my NUIG supervisors, Charles Spillane, Peter McKeown, and Una Murray. I would also like to thank my external supervisors from the CGIAR's Climate Initiative, John Helene and Ana Maria Lobo Guerrero. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our next session in today's conference. The topic for this session is on food systems transformation. Food systems embody all of the aspects of how our food is produced, consumed, and disposed of. There is a clear desire to transform our food systems into a more sustainable and equitable food systems. However, the term transformation is widely used, but not widely agreed upon on what the objects are within our food systems that should be or could be transformed, or what the outcomes of such transformations would be. This is a topic of active research within the Rhine Institute with our global partners working on food systems transformation pathways. Indeed, we have a project which we have just begun, which is funded by the European Union and the International Fund for Agricultural Development on food systems transformations in peri-urban and urban areas in Vietnam, Colombia, and Ethiopia. The two projects that the following students are going to present are based on that, on the Eco Food Systems project. And so I'm very proud to present Heidi Liddy, who's going to talk about the research she has been doing on food mapping for city regional food system transformations in Bahir Dar, Hanoi, and Cali. And following Heidi's presentation, we'll have a presentation from Ramine Karan, who's going to talk about work she has been doing on food systems analysis of transformative impact pathways for sustainable and nutritious diets in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. So at that, I'll hand you over to Heidi.
Hello everyone, my name is Heidi Liddy, and today I will be providing a quick overview of the work that was conducted as part of my research paper entitled Food Mapping for City Regional Food System Transformations in Bahir Dar, Hanoi, and Cali. And this work was done in partnership with the Eco Food Systems project at the University of Galway. Just providing a bit of background information about myself and how I got to this point. Last year, I completed my undergrad from University College Cork in applied plant biology. And throughout my studies, I had a deep interest in the areas of sustainable agriculture, food supply chains, the Sustainable Development Goals, but particularly urban food systems in the Global South. Now, globally, food systems are rapidly changing, particularly in city region food systems, which involve both urban consumption and rural production. And you might be all too familiar with the drivers of change within global food systems, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, and also the uneven COVID-19 recovery packages, and the supply chain disruptions, such as this now infamous incident of last summer, global conflict, such as the Ukrainian crisis at the minute, and you might be noticing the effects that it's having on your own food supplies, as well as the fuel and energy crisis and the rapid global urbanization. And this is all culminating into between 702 and 828 million empty plates in 2021. Now, paying particular attention to the effects of urbanization on global food systems. To date, improvements of living standards and income are associated with dietary transformations dubbed as the nutrition transition, first coined by Barry Popkin. Such transitions are characterized by a decrease in the consumption of coarse grains, staple cereals, pulses, and legumes, towards an increase in the consumption of calorie-dense processed foods. And so how do we understand and monitor the effects of urbanization or the nutrition transition on our global food systems? Well, there are numerous approaches, but we decided to use food mapping. Food mapping aims to identify all of the stakeholders, institutions, goods, and activities, including waste, food flow levels and rates, along with the policy, economic, and environmental settings to record the so-called status quo of any food system. Again, there are numerous approaches that one can take to map a food system, such as the participatory research methods, geographic information systems or GIS-based mapping software, internet-based geospatial tools, mixed methods, or qualitative research methods. Now, in this paper, we decided to limit the scope to 3 contrasting city regions of Bahir Dar in Ethiopia, as you can see on the map on the left, Hanoi in Vietnam even, the map on the right, or Cali, otherwise known as Santiago del Cali in Colombia. And we wished to seek answers for the following research questions. Number 1, what evidence is generated from food mapping? Number 2, what approaches have been used to map food systems? And number 3, what are the major knowledge gaps arising from current approaches to food mapping projects? Now, building from the HLPE food systems diagram released with the 15th report in 2020 and the FAO City Region Food System definition to create basically the methodology behind this paper. Firstly, considering the HLPE food systems diagram, really liked that it takes consideration for things such as the food supply chains, consumer behavior, but also sociocultural drivers such as social norms and traditions, and all biophysical and environmental drivers. And taking this in combination with the FAO City Region Food Systems definition to remember to account for not only the larger urban centres, but also the smaller urban centres and surrounding interspersed peri-urban and rural hinterland, and all the actors, processes, and relationships that are involved in food production, processing, distribution, and consumption in a given city region. So first of all, I decided to analyse previous mapping activities that were carried out in the three cities of Bahadar, Hanoi, and Cali. And of course, food mapping being a relatively new phenomenon, there are multiple knowledge gaps, but we decided to focus on nutrition sensitive food mapping knowledge gaps. Again, taking inspiration from both the HLPE food systems diagram, the FAO City Region definition, considering the stages of production, processing, logistics, retail, consumer, and waste. There were knowledge gaps like a lack of recognition for the who, what, where, and how of how agricultural production shapes nutritional outcomes of a food system in the three cities. And at consumer level, for example, there's a lack of consideration for the cultural and ethical aspects of consumer behavior, the influence of religion, non-market food source practices such as kinship, and consumer differences between generations and genders. So focusing on the who, what, how, and where of production. In Bahadar, we can see during the two different seasons, rainy and dry, we have free teff, maize, finger millet, green pepper, tomato, and extensive agricultural production systems with the mixed highland zebu. And in Hanoi, for example, we have pak choi, cabbage, and more of an emphasis on poultry, pigs, and cattle. And then a processing level, nutrition sensitive food mapping revealed in Bahadar. There's an emphasis kind of more so on injera processing, tilapia or fish processing, and the food safety of food from street vendors. And in Cali, there's more so an emphasis on the macro snacks or the snack industry, convenient food and protein clusters. And then distribution, nutrition sensitive food mapping analysis revealed that in Bahadar, simply a lack of storage facilities, transportation services, road infrastructure, and regulatory and institutional bottlenecks. But in Hanoi, there's slight improvement, still kind of reverting to traditional ways of vegetable transportation during the night to markets by motorcycle, or the transportation of fruit from neighboring countries on non-regulated trucks. And in Cali, while there is good infrastructure, there's also inefficiencies within the system, with reports of food trucks traveling at 50% capacity. And then at retail level, in Bahadar, there's more of an emphasis from a agricultural point of view, with niche local markets shifting to nationally integrated, more efficient markets. And I know I'm kind of taking a more consumer level approach. The policy-driven so-called supermarketization is not reflective of everyday practices, with more than 70% of people purchasing their food from traditional markets. And in Cali, there is an hourglass distribution with the use of intermediaries with mixed results, though not really reported. And a lot of the paper focused on the consumer level nutrition sensitive food mapping, and in Bahadar kind of focused on any differences of the consumption of the staple injera, this kind of pancake dish that is served with almost every meal and is very highly regarded and consumed with almost every meal in Bangladesh. And what is it served during different times of fasting, for example, where only vegetarian toppings are eaten with it, and any urban rural differences in the consumption of teff, another staple. In a way, there's more so an emphasis on the modification of traditional dishes, but also the consumer differences between generations, with the preparation of westernized food being prepared at home when the money is not there to simply purchase it from retailers. And in Cali, more so of an emphasis on the proliferation of ultra-processed foods, rising from the free trade agreement for the likes of America, and at waste level to see if there's any things that can be done with the food waste of the cities. Example, is there a way to repurpose it or redistribute it to food banks? And the analysis revealed that in Bangladesh, for example, there's 159 tons of domestic solid waste per day, but most of the kind of policies are aimed towards, policies and suggestions are aimed towards biogas, well, kind of honouring traditional recirculation of waste that was focused on swill for pigs. I've gone back to the Vietnamese food bank initiative, and in Cali, again, we see the Banco de Alimentos Cali. So in conclusion, there are disconnects between the results of previous mapping approaches in Bahardar, Hanoi and Cali, and nutrition sensitive findings of this study. There's also significant value in gaining insights into the status quo of each city region food system, and can be of significant value in aiding future nutrition oriented interventions to improve the nutritional status of consumers in a manner that is transformative for the environment, health and society. And before I finish up, I do want to thank my supervisors both in Galway and at CIAT, Charles Balan, Peter McGowan and Sinead Moles, and also Mark Lundy. I would like to thank you very much. I also thank the audience for sticking with me for this long, and I really hope you enjoyed my talk today. Thank you.
I would like to thank you in advance for listening in on my presentation, and I do hope that you will enjoy it. The photograph shows a store selling food products that are sourced from local farmers in a part of South Africa. The photo was taken by me some years ago. Ideally, this looks like a pretty good situation. Unfortunately, this isn't always the ideal, picture-perfect case. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, food security exists when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. However, in 2021, approximately 720 to 811 million people around the world faced hunger. Of this, more than 21% of people facing hunger came from Africa. These grim statistics reveal the need to focus on transformation, and this brings us to my research. Food systems analysis of transformative impact pathways for sustainable and nutritious diets in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Food systems are extremely vulnerable to climate change impacts. At the same time, food systems are increasing climate change impacts. There are a number of other influences which affect people throughout the food value chain, especially in low to middle income countries. Marginalized communities are especially at risk of facing hunger and malnutrition. Due to the complexities and challenges around food system transformation, which requires multiple interactions, we recognize the need to approach transformation through a food system lens and at a subnational level. Indicators relating to the development of food systems were chosen to aid in subnational decision-making in the Eastern Cape, a largely rural province in South Africa. It is the least progressive province in the country as poverty continues to drive hunger and malnutrition. These indicators take on a food system lens, and it also supports many of the areas of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to ensure that no one is left behind by reaching those furthest behind first. South Africa's food-based dietary guidelines consist of 9 food groups, and it is used to measure dietary diversity. This is calculated by adding the number of food groups consumed within a 24-hour recall period. A dietary diversity score of less than 4 is considered poor dietary diversity. Findings indicate that 59.6% of the population has a dietary diversity score of less than 4. Foods that are consumed mainly consist of starch, especially cereals, fats, meat, and eggs. Vegetables such as beans, nuts, and spinach are consumed in lesser amounts. The low intake of healthier foods and high intake of less healthy foods are increasing the risk of health issues. Poverty is a major driver of food insecurity in the Eastern Cape. Therefore, investigating approaches to understanding and finding solutions for food and nutrition security in such areas is essential for achieving food security. In our approach to selecting indicators, we examined the South African Multidimensional Poverty Index and the Johns Hopkins University and GAIN Food Systems Dashboard South African Country Profile Indicators. Gaps within the SAMPI and the FSD are present and are not framed around the high-level panel of experts, or better known as the HLPE dimensions of food security, which include availability, access, utilization, stability, agency, and sustainability. For example, climate-related events which could cause food supply shocks due to extreme weather are not accounted for in the SAMPI or the FSD. Therefore, the indicator Climate Risk Index score was proposed. We have taken into account the indicators of the SAMPI and FSD and what is still needed. We then identified and created a panel of indicators that would be necessary for measuring food and nutrition security at the subnational level. A total of 46 indicators were identified. We understand that information pertaining to data collection is not always clear. Therefore, the proposed table of indicators also suggests the frequency of collection and by whom, based on current national level data collection for existing national level indicators. Unfortunately, I could not fit the entire panel of indicators into the presentation, so this is just a little example. As a complementary tool to aid in decision-making processes, we identified the possible relationship between food system mapping and food system indicators for the purpose of better decision-making. For instance, the use of participatory mapping can allow actors such as researchers, policymakers, and other stakeholders decide on where and how to collect necessary data, which can also be used in indicator measures and map data. Through participatory approaches to mapping, the basis of productive value chains can be realized to enhance food and nutrition security, economic growth, and poverty reduction. The use of food system mapping, supplemented by the proposed food system indicators, can bridge the gap between food systems and stakeholders. The intention of this research is to promote efficient and robust food systems through the use of indicators and mapping at the subnational level. This can be done by the use of baseline information through indicators to map and identify food system needs and opportunities, and to inform stakeholders in their efforts towards food and nutrition security. The use of baseline indicators for mapping food systems creates a transformative approach for the future of food and nutrition security. We conclude that the use of food system indicators alongside mapping can enhance indicator data for decision making. Developmental planning plays an important role in the integration of food system indicators and participatory mapping. This should be linked to developmental planning within cities and provinces and include all relevant stakeholders. The approach is highly relevant in current times, and it should apply not just to South African provinces such as the Eastern Cape, but to other countries as well. This will require time, effort, and investment from government and private sector role players involved in food systems and their related domains. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the people and organizations that have made this research possible. First and foremost, my advisors, Professor Spillane, Dr. McCune, and Sinead Moles. Thank you for your time, effort, and input. A huge thanks to the Kader Asmal Fellowship and all other organizations for making this journey possible, and for funding research in an area that I am deeply passionate about. Thank you. And lastly, thanks to the audience for listening in.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to session number 4 of the MScCCAFS Annual Conference. My name is Noah Nglavu. I'm a PhD student at the University of Galway and a member of Professor Charles Spilling's research group. My research interest lies in the fields of plant breeding for sustainable agriculture, model-assisted idiotyping, and life cycle assessment. This session will look at pathways for scaling legumes for water, food, energy nexus, nutritional security, and livelihood resilience. We know that agriculture systems are a major source of greenhouse gases, which contribute to the greenhouse effect and climate change. And there is a need to improve the environmental sustainability of the existing agri-food systems. Legumes are a promising crop that can help in mitigating the impacts of climate change while meeting the food and nutritional needs of a rapidly growing population. The IPCC report on climate change and land classified legumes as part of the low greenhouse gas emission diet. In this context, legumes could play an important role in realigning the existing agri-food systems. In this session, we have Breen Kathleen, who will present on a systematic review of legume seed systems in sub-Saharan Africa, barriers, opportunities, and scaling options. We also have Nguma Imelda Paul, who will present on protein, energy, undernutrition, and sustainable intensification of tropical grain legumes in sub-Saharan Africa. We also have Sisoka Lungile May, who researched on the following question: are food cultures and recipes barriers or enablers of dietary transitions for legume scaling in sub-Saharan Africa? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caitlin Breen, and this year I carried out my research project as a systematic review of legume seed systems in sub-Saharan Africa, where I identified the barriers, opportunities, and scaling options for legume seed systems. Legumes are a very important crop for smallholder farmers, and particularly for low-input cropping systems. Due to their nitrogen-fixing properties, legumes can improve soil quality, can break the life cycles of pests and diseases, and can improve the yields of subsequent crops, such as maize and cassava. Legumes can also provide ground cover, which improves soil moisture. Legumes are also a nutrient-dense food item. They are full of protein, vitamins, minerals, and fiber, and they act as a cheaper protein source for smallholders when compared to meat products. Legumes are known as a climate-smart crop due to their nitrogen-fixing properties. Due to these properties, they require lower levels of synthetic fertilizers, both on the legume crop and on subsequent crops. Many legume varieties are being developed by breeding programs from national agricultural research systems and from CGIAR bodies such as CIAT and PABRA. However, many of these breeding programs focus on the major legume crops, such as soybean, common bean, groundnut, and chickpea. There are many legume varieties which are both underutilized and underdeveloped. For many smallholder farmers, the legume crops that they are growing are not being developed. So what are legume seed systems? These systems are made up of the formal, informal, and integrated system. The formal system is comprised of national research bodies, ministries of agriculture, and CGIAR bodies, such as those mentioned previously. The formal process involves formal breeding, multiple types of performance trials, registration of varieties by the national seed regulatory authorities, certification, and sale. The informal system involves seed saving and exchange by farmers, and exchange between farmers, among communities, across families, and through marital lines. The informal seed system utilizes a farmer's social network. The integrated system is a combination of the two above systems. An example of the integrated system is when a variety is considered to be local, but it originated from purchased seed or seed obtained through an input program. There are, however, inadequacies with all of these systems. Smallholders largely depend on the informal system to obtain seed. However, none of these systems provide adequate quantities of high-quality seed when the farmers need it. There are a range of barriers to scaling these systems, and this is what provided the inspiration for this project. The research objectives of this project were to outline the current legume seed systems in sub-Saharan Africa, highlighting the processes and the key actors, to identify the barriers to scaling improved legume seed and its adoption by smallholder farmers, and to identify scaling options and opportunities for improved legume seed in sub-Saharan Africa. This study was carried out as a systematic review using 5 databases: Web of Science, Science Direct, PubMed Central, Google Scholar, and ProQuest. Search queries were made using search terms and Boolean operators such as and or in order to find the optimum number of papers per search. Inclusion and exclusion criteria were determined before starting the searches. Papers were included if they were focused on legume seed systems, scaling legume seed systems, improved legume seed, and improved legume seed. Papers were excluded if they were not focused on legumes, if they were not based in sub-Saharan Africa, and if they were not research articles. Title and abstract screening was done, followed by a more in-depth full-text screening. The study design, the key findings, and the recommendations from these studies were then extracted. 129 papers were used in the final review. So to discuss results. On the left, you can see the Prisma flow diagram indicating the 5 databases from which papers were identified. A significant number of papers were excluded based on title and abstract and due to being duplicates. This left 319 papers for full text screening. At this point, 190 papers were excluded for a range of reasons. As I mentioned, 129 papers were left for data extraction. On the right, we see a map which indicates the number of studies which took place in each country. A number of studies also took place in multiple countries, but these are not included here. This map shows that the most studies took place in Ethiopia, and the largest amount of research on legume seed systems has been done in East Africa, more so than any other region. Upon analysing the results, a number of sections became clear, which we will now discuss further. So what are legume seed systems in sub-Saharan Africa? As mentioned, seed systems are formal, informal, and integrated. And it was found that the connections between the informal and formal systems need to be strengthened. Additionally, the key stakeholders we found include farmers, traders, NGOs, extension agents, cooperatives, and seed companies. However, it was identified that there is a knowledge gap here. None of the studies that were found used in this review focused solely on mapping stakeholders within the legume seed systems. As mentioned also, the informal seed system is the primary source of legume seed for smallholder farmers. However, seed access through the informal system is heavily influenced by one's social network and one's access to social capital. For marginalized groups with less access to social capital, this can be an issue, as these farmers may struggle to access seed. There are connections between these systems, however, they do need to be strengthened in order to supply adequate quantities of high quality seed to smallholder farmers. A number of trait preferences and legume varieties were identified in this study. More studies we found were carried out on groundnut than any other crop. This may be due to demand or due to efforts to reduce post-harvest losses of groundnut due to aflatoxin contamination. Trait preferences were highlighted by farmers, the most important being high yield, followed by disease and pest resistance, drought tolerance, and low labor requirements. It was found that acknowledging these traits and involving farmers through participatory varietal selection and participatory plant breeding has potential to really increase adoption of new and improved varieties. It was also found that adoption was constrained by disease, by lack of quality seed, and by increased labor requirements. However, these constraints can be tackled through improved phytosanitary measures during seed production, storage, and distribution. So what are the impacts of and the constraints to adoption of improved varieties? Some of the impacts of adoption of improved varieties were found to be improved welfare, increased food security, increased dietary diversity, and increased income for smallholder farmer households. However, some of the constraints to this adoption are lack of information about improved varieties, lack of capital to invest in these varieties, lack of access to seed, and inadequate training. So what barriers to and options for scaling legume seed systems were identified in this study? Some barriers were found to be pests and diseases, a lack of extension services, lack of access to credit, poor soil quality, weather and health shocks such as COVID-19, and restrictive policy environments. Some options we identified for scaling legume seed systems were education, specifically demonstration on the benefits of legume cultivation, the use of intercropping to incorporate legumes, use of improved storage methods if post-harvest losses are an issue for smallholder farmers, support of small seed enterprises, market participation, specific training, use of local knowledge, flexible policies, and participatory approaches, not only to breeding, but also to extension services. So what conclusions did we identify through this study? It was found that there is a need to strengthen the connections between the formal and the informal systems and to move towards a more blended model where both systems work together to supply seed to smallholders. There is a need to include farmers in trait selection and breeding in order to develop varieties which will meet the needs of the farmers and thus improve adoption. It is necessary to educate smallholder farmers on the benefits of improved varieties specifically, and these extension services must draw on local knowledge to inform their trainings and to increase trust and adoption of varieties and farming systems. Additionally, it was found that greater access to improved seed and to other inputs such as tools and fertilizers are required to encourage the adoption of legume crops by smallholder farmers. I would like to offer my sincere thanks for my funder for this project, the Leg4Dev Research Project, the Ryan Institute in University Galway. Additionally, I would like to thank my host, the Spillane Lab, and I would like to offer my sincere thanks to my supervisors, Professor Charles Spillane, Dr. Peter McKeown, and Noel Nglofu. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello, everyone. My name is Imelda Nguma, MScCCAFS 2021-2022 student and a Ryan Institute at the National University of Ireland, Galway. Today, I'm delighted to bring to you my research presentation in protein, energy, and nutrition, simply PEL, and sustainable intensification of tropical green legumes in sub-Saharan Africa, simply SSA. This research was conducted under Leg4Dev project in 2022. Welcome, and let's start. The research objectives covered three main categories, which were PEL characterization in SSA, production of tropical green legumes in SSA, and how scaling of legumes production and consumption help in addressing PEL in SSA. Remember, PEL refers to protein, energy, and nutrition, and SSA refers to sub-Saharan Africa. Before embarking on PEL, let's see a bit about malnutrition. Malnutrition refers to inadequate or excess or imbalance of energy and nutrients. Malnutrition is categorized into three forms, which are undernutrition, overnutrition, and micronutrient deficiencies, which is also known as the hidden hunger. Undernutrition is characterized by the BMI less than 18.5, while overnutrition is characterized by the BMI greater than 24.9. Malnutrition knows no boundaries. It affects people of all ages and gender. Although children under the age of 5, pregnant women, adolescents, lactating mothers, the elderly, and immune-compromised individuals are highly affected by malnutrition. Multiple factors can cause malnutrition. To mention a few, food insecurities, poverty, disease and infection, and political instability can worsen the situation. SSA experience not only malnutrition, but now it's the triple burden of malnutrition. That is to say, undernutrition, overnutrition, and micronutrient deficiency cases have been reported in sub-Saharan Africa. Undernutrition cases in SSA in 2016 were reported to be 222 million. Overnutrition cases in SSA in 2016 were reported to be 45.9 million cases among 18 years old. In 2020, 6.8 million cases of overnutrition were reported among the under 5s in SSA. The micronutrient deficiencies, for instance, anemia, 103.8 million cases affecting women were reported in 2019. After seeing a bit about malnutrition, let us see on the methodologies. Literature review was used in this study, and organizations and government reports, review and research journal articles, books, official databases, and websites were used to gather this information. All sources were in English languages and dated back from 2010 to 2022. Let us see what is PEO in sub-Saharan Africa. PEO refers to inadequate intake of protein, calories, and micronutrients in diet. PEO can happen as mild, moderate, or severe undernourished. In severe undernourishment, there are 3 types of undernourished that have been documented, which are kwashiorkor, marasmus, and marasmus-kwashiorkor. Kwashiorkor is characterized by presence of edema, while marasmus is characterized by severe wasting with absence of edema. Edema refers to the swelling of the body parts. The marasmic kwashiorkor is characterized by the characteristics found in kwashiorkor and marasmus. Kwashiorkor is also known as the sickness of weaning. Kwashiorkor happens due to high intake of starchy foods with less intake of protein-rich sources. It's known as the sickness of weaning because children who are weaning off breastfeeding are now in their intake of complementary diet, which in sub-Saharan Africa is highly in starchy foods with less in protein intake. Marasmus is the deficiency in calories and energy, while marasmic kwashiorkor is the combination of both of the characteristics. PEO in SSA can be caused by several factors. One of them is unaffordability of healthy diet. For instance, the protein-rich dieties. One of the protein-rich dieties include the animal sources. Due to unaffordability and perishability of these dieties, it makes most of the household to not consume this kind of animal protein. Disease and infections such as HIV, TB, malaria, and infections may also exacerbate or cause PEO in SSA. Poor maternal health may also result to malnourished baby. That is to say, a mother who is underweight can also bear a child who is underweight. This is the vicious cycle of malnutrition. PEO in SSA has been reported in different years. There's high prevalence of PEO in SSA. In 2020, Western Africa recorded high cases of PEO, followed by Eastern Africa. Now, let us see how the tropical green legumes can be useful in combating or minimizing the PEO cases. Tropical green legumes are one of the protein-rich sources. Tropical green legumes are loaded with macro and micronutrients that are essential for growth and development and the immune support functions. Tropical green legumes in SSA are found in different parts, of which some of them are bambara nuts, ground nuts, pigeon peas, chickpeas, lentils, and lupini. These tropical green legumes are widely available and they can be consumed in different styles. Tropical green legumes are loaded with amino acids such as lysine, leucine, and valine, of which these essential amino acids are lacking in starchy foods, which are highly consumed in sub-Saharan Africa. Amino acids are the protein building blocks, which are very useful for different functions in the body, and which are highly required for an individual to have a proper health and good living condition. Amino acids, such as the ones I've mentioned, may help in intestinal calcium absorption, which calcium is essential for bone development and teeth development. The formation of carotene is very essential for the transportation of fats in the body to provide energy. The same amino acid can aid in growth and development, protein synthesis, muscle building and repair, and energy generation, which are all highly needed within an individual. To make this useful, legumes cannot be consumed alone, as these amino acids, they might be lacking in legumes, but they might be high in other staple foods, such as cereals. A combination of food composed of cereals and legumes can be a cost-effective and a practical solution to combat PAIL. One of the protein-rich sources that is highly consumed or highly provided to children with severe undernourishment is the ready-to-use therapeutic foods, which are composed of legumes such as groundnuts. Without forgetting that, if we scale consumption, there's also a need to scale production. Farmers can be highly educated on how to sustainably intensify legumes during their production system. To achieve this, legume rotation and legume intercropping system should go in hand with nutrition education. Farmers should be educated on why intercropping is essential and why legume rotation is essential in relation to their diet. To achieve this, there is a possibility of farmers to keep consuming more legumes in their diets by understanding the causes of undernutrition while knowing that legume can solve the undernutrition situation. To finalize, modification of recipes made up of legume sprouts, powder, or paste can increase legume consumption. That is to say, legume sprouts are easily digestible and they are tasty, and they can be easily prepared using less energy. Powder and paste can be consumed using different mechanisms of preparing diet, but the powder can be used to be mixed in the composite flour to make snacks, to make porridge, and other confectionaries that are healthy and good for our diet. Without considering that, it will be difficult for farmers to achieve or to understand why exactly protein is needed in their day-to-day life. The social inclusion part should also consider that once we want to scale production and utilization, women and youth engagement is the basic. Remember, legumes are highly known as women crops. So by imparting them with the education on production and nutrition, it will be easy for them to understand why exactly are they producing. Awareness creation on plant spacing, crop rotation, and intercropping should go in hand with the nutrition education. As I said earlier, the nutrition education should go in hand with the production to make farmers understand why do they have to produce in such way and what's the impact of the crops on their health. Improvement in farmer food system can scale the utilization, as farmers will be aware of what is farmer food system, and this food system can aid the availability and affordability of the seeds for the legumes. Future studies should look on the protein intake in relation to dietary needs and legume marketing strategies in relation to consumption. As up to now, there's a big debate on how protein can be useful in different categories of health and different age categories. To wind up, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Charles Pillen, Dr. Peter McKeown, and Noel Dove for their consistent support during my research. It was indeed a grateful moment for them to share with me and me to share with them what I have found during my study. Extended gratitude to Lake for Dev Project for their funding to ensure that this research was highly successful. Extended gratitude to Irish Aid, who has granted me the scholarship and to complete my MScCCAFS. I'm sincerely grateful. Thank you so much and have a lovely day.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Lungile Sosoga. This is my research project presentation on food cultures and recipes, barriers or enablers of dietary transitions for legume scaling in sub-Saharan Africa. My research project was in collaboration with the Billion Research Group as well as the Leg for Dev project. My research objectives involve reviewing legume recipes, legume preparation methods, and legume processing in sub-Saharan Africa, mapping cuisines of different sub-Saharan Africa regions and proposing recipe-based approaches, as well as reviewing uses of legumes in different food baskets, cuisines, and recipes, reviewing diets and dietary transitions in sub-Saharan Africa, investigating barriers and opportunities to legume integrations for dietary transitions. My research methodology involved a general literature review based on articles extracted from Google Scholar, Science Direct, Web of Science, Scopus, PubMed, and other online databases. Recipes are key elements in any culinary culture because they include a set of instructions on how to prepare ingredients in a safe, nutritious, and pleasing manner. A cuisine consists of customs that include habits and traditions involved in cooking. Diets in sub-Saharan Africa are usually prepared using a starch or carbohydrate staple served with soups, relishes, and sauces, which are prepared from a variety of ingredients containing grain legumes. Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia have the highest levels of average per capita consumption of legumes compared to other parts of the world, having about 33 grams per capita per day consumption in both regions. Dietary transitions in sub-Saharan Africa has led some parts of the region consuming more convenient refined foods that are easily accessible and quick to prepare food items that pose negative health effects. These health effects have sparked increasing interest in traditional food due to the fact that ancient African traditional food mostly includes nutritious ingredients such as legumes, whole grains, and traditional vegetables. Main dish ingredients are usually derived from cereals, which could be maize, millet, sorghum, teff, or roots and tubers such as cassava, cocoa yams, green bananas, or plantain. Main dish food items commonly eaten in different parts of sub-Saharan Africa include main dishes such as fufu, ugali, also known as nchima, milipap, sata, tuwo, githeri, mokimo, or ntokoi, which is usually made from maize milk as well as maize flour. Accompaniments or relishes include food items made from groundnuts, peanut butter soup, green leaves with peanut sauce, or vegetable stew. Table 1 shows dishes commonly eaten across sub-Saharan African countries. Countries and regions in Angola, Benin, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia have different food items that are very, very delicate to their countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The top dishes in sub-Saharan Africa, in West Africa, East Africa, and South Africa include starch and other sauces, as well as meat sauces as outlined in the summary table. The types of legumes, varieties, as well as processing techniques include Bambara groundnuts, cowpea, chickpeas, pigeon peas, soybeans, groundnuts, and Africa yam beans, which all have different kinds of processing techniques, but the common one includes boiling. A food basket comprises of items consumed that households consume on a daily or a monthly basis, as well as other needs that are included partly or fully that are accessed through the market. Legumes have various livelihood uses, which range from being a source of food to generating income and feeding livestock. And in some rare cases, some legume varieties are used for medicinal purposes, as well as providing fuel. Grain legumes are consumed as a complementary food, which is one of the essential uses of legumes in food baskets cuisines, and recipes. Women play a major role in ensuring nutrition, food safety, and quality, and are regularly responsible for processing and preparing food for the household. Women farmers who have knowledge about legumes play a significant role in selecting seeds, storing, and processing legumes. Women participation in legume technology development, transfer, and commercialization is very essential because legumes are considered a woman crop grown for household consumption. Women are important in mainstreaming legumes recipes because they are responsible for passing recipes from generation to generation and are usually open to modify and improve some locally recipes. Opportunities and barriers to integrating legumes. Barriers involve short shelf life, long cooking time, lack of nutrition knowledge, lack of promotion. And short shelf life is usually tackled by processing grain legumes or using safe insecticides to avoid infestation. And opportunities to avoid long cooking time involve soaking, using a pressure cooker, a hot box, making and storing ready-to-eat convenient food, and also infrared heating, which is usually used by commercial producers. Emphasizing the nutritional and health benefits of legumes and dietary guidelines, nutrition education awareness program, as well as legumes recipes and serving suggestions on packages help with the lack of nutritional knowledge. And lack of promotion is usually dealt by improving packaging, printing recipes on the package, including convenient snacks, retail legume salads, school feeding programs, including legumes, as well as nutritional education in schools and government level legume promotion help with the lack of promotion, increasing promotion in all the parts of the sub-Saharan African region. Environmental and nutritional benefits of legumes are outlined in this table, where the environmental benefits are usually based on fixing nitrogen, involving having indirect source of manure-based nitrogen inputs and helping with the soil structure, and also livestock feed, as well as the fact that legumes are able to grow in climatic conditions that are common in sub-Saharan Africa. Nutrition benefits include the rich vitamins and minerals that the legumes provide for our bodies, and the legume leaves that are very nutritious for people to consume in sub-Saharan Africa. Recipe-based approaches include the fact that Pintando and Delgado Pando are certain that the use of legumes as binders with reformulated meat products has an increased possibility to increase the nutritional quality of meat products. Consuming a diversified diet that includes legumes can be a cheaper and more balanced approach to supplying a variety of nutrients to the body. Legume recipe-based pathways include labeling the legume package with suggested preparation methods, having serving suggestions at the front of the package, like with most canned commercial beans. Having ready-to-eat legume-based food products also helps with having people to consume more legumes. This figure shows the determining factors and scaling options of legumes, where the determining factors lie between the sub-Saharan Africa legume culture and tradition, cultural pot dependency, and inertia, where cultures and people are still depending on the culture and the history of the way of preparing food, as well as cuisines and legume recipes. And the scaling options, some I have discussed above, including legume uses, barriers, integrating legumes, opportunities, and having recipe-based pathways to integrating legumes. In conclusion, dietary transition to a more legume-based diet has been proposed as one of the approaches to reducing climate impact of the global and regional food system while improving human health. Other recipe-based approaches that are necessary include the use of energy-saving cooking technologies when preparing legumes to minimize barriers of consumption. These are the references that were part of this presentation. I would like to also acknowledge and thank my supervisors, Prof. Charles Spillen, Dr. Peter McCorn, and Noel Ndovu for their undivided and dedication, support, and also the Irish Aid for the scholarship, the Spillen Lab for providing me with the facilities of always being at the campus and the desk, and also the Lake for Deaf project for their funding of making this project a success. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. We hope you've been enjoying all of the presentations so far in the conference to date. At this point in the conference, we've invited an external speaker, Patrice Lucid from the Irish Forum for International Agricultural Development, to give us a presentation so that we all become more aware of the excellent work that is being done by IFIAD in bringing together all of the major actors in relation to international agricultural development in Ireland. And Patrice will explain why we would encourage all with an interest in this arena to become members of IFIAD. So over to you, Patrice, and thanks very much for joining us today.
Congratulations, CCAFS students, on your research projects. My name is Patrice, and I'm going to introduce you to the Irish Forum for International Agricultural Development. The forum was set up in 2016 as a platform for all of the Irish actors who are engaged in international agricultural development to collaborate. And we have quite a few organizations coming together under IFIAD, including universities and research, NGOs, businesses and farmer organizations, and government agencies. And indeed, Ireland invests around 66 million euros annually in agricultural initiatives across the African continent under its international development programs. So why agriculture? Well, we understand agriculture as being key to transforming the livelihoods of people living in poverty. That's because most of the world's poor reside in rural areas, and they rely on agriculture for their livelihoods. And for that reason, agri-food and rural transformation is seen as an important pathway out of poverty and towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. But it's not just agriculture. In the past, agriculture was focused on production and the availability of food, but now it is much broader than that, taking into account the idea of food systems. So we will be looking at environmental sustainability, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, nutrition and diet, gender equality, and issues around social equity and inclusion. So all of the areas that I've seen coming out in your projects today. But working in this complex system, it really requires multi-stakeholder approach. So we have many exciting partnerships underway in Ireland that really exemplify the strong network and collaboration that has been developed. This example here is a partnership between Ireland's Agri-Food Research Agency, CHAGASC, and researchers in Tanzania to develop a sustainable and climate resilient dairy value chain. Some other examples are partnerships around the dairy sector in Eritrea and Ethiopia, development of the potato sector in Kenya. And what all these projects have in common is they're highly collaborative, and they bring together Irish universities, researchers, and development agencies with local partners. And you'll also see here University of Galway's Legume project, which is working in 4 countries. IFIAD's role really is to support this leveraging of Irish agri-food expertise towards development goals. And we do this primarily through knowledge sharing and learning. We have different meetings and learning events during the year, including our flagship annual conference, which marks World Food Day. And we also engage in policy processes, both domestic and international. And you can find out more about this in our website, IFIAD.ie, or by signing up to our newsletter. And I would encourage you to join IFIAD to connect you to the diverse network that we have in Ireland. This is actually a very exciting time to get involved in agriculture and food systems. There's a lot more space opening up now for young people to engage in international policy and advocacy. And here you can see some of Ireland's youth representatives, including Bertha Cassonde, who is here today and who represented Ireland's youth statement at the World Food Forum. There are also opportunities for young people in research, for example, Walsh scholarships, or in project management and agribusiness with NGOs and agri-food enterprises. I'm going to leave you with a quote from the president of the African Development Bank when he was speaking in Dublin recently, and he said that the future of food is in Africa. So if you're interested in issues of agriculture, climate, and food security, we would love for you to join us in IFIAD.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to session 5, where we look at climate change resilience of agri-food systems. My name is Dave Stiles. So firstly, we know that we're facing high levels of climate change, which are going to happen even if we take drastic action to reduce emissions, which we obviously need to do. So it's really important that as we look towards reducing emissions and mitigating greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural systems, we also make those systems more resilient. And this diagram is from a recent project, just to highlight that we've got multiple pressures building up on agri-food systems in terms of climate change, but also in terms of supply chain shocks, which we're increasingly seeing across the world. So as we try to develop sustainable and resilient food systems, we need to consider multiple dimensions, the climate change impacts, supply chain vulnerabilities, and we need to reduce emissions from those systems. So there are lots of aspects we need to consider. And that might require not just different ways of producing crops, but different business models. So this session is really important, trying to look at how resilience can be built into agri-food systems. And there's no one solution to that. There are lots of things that need to be changed, if you like, to get to a resilient and sustainable food system. In this session, we have 2 speakers. So firstly, Fiona Dunn is going to present her thesis, Vulnerabilities Exposed by Import-Dependent Domestic and Imported Commodities, Resilience to Reduce Vulnerabilities and Greenhouse Gas Emissions. And Fiona looked at how Ireland is potentially, although very food secure, according to official rankings, vulnerable in some senses because we do import lots of certain types of commodities into the country. Catherine Everett is going to look at agri-food resilience through community resilience, and Catherine is going to look at community garden impacts on social transformation and biodiversity. So what contribution could such projects make to the climate change biodiversity emergencies? So that's it. I hope you enjoy the presentations and look forward to seeing a discussion afterwards. Thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Fiona Dunn, and along with ACOM and NUI Galway, as part of the MScCCAFS course, I did my thesis on the resilience and vulnerabilities of import-dependent domestic and imported commodities. The Cambridge Dictionary defines trade as the activity of buying and selling or exchanging goods and/or services between people and countries. Trade gives access to agri-food commodities across the world, whether this be foodstuffs or agricultural inputs such as fertilizers, which are essential for agricultural production and food security. However, increased globalization and trade has led to import dependencies. Import dependencies is where a country's supply of certain commodities is largely generated by the importation of such commodities. These import dependencies, combined with trade shocks, exposes the country to certain risks and certain vulnerabilities. The aim of this study was to develop a methodology which could be used worldwide, which allowed the study to look at the import dependencies and where a country's certain vulnerabilities lies as a result of their import dependencies. If the study further allowed us to look at resilience to reduce these import dependencies in order to reduce vulnerabilities associated with them. This methodology was piloted and tested on the Republic of Ireland. From figure 1, we can see that based on monetary value, there are 4 categories in Ireland where 50% or more of the category supply comes from imports. These categories are fruit and nuts, cereals, fertilizers, and vegetables. In order to conduct this study, we carried out a mass balance analysis in order to identify a country's import dependencies, the country being used here being the Republic of Ireland. These imports were then further analysed to look at their GHG emissions to see which countries had high GHG, see which imports had higher GHG footprints and which imports had lower GHG footprints. The study then further went on to look at substitution as a form of resilience to 1, reduce Ireland's import dependencies and associated vulnerabilities, and to 2, act as a form of greenhouse gas mitigation. From figure 4 and 5 here, we can see Ireland's cereal and fertilizer import dependencies. In terms of Ireland's cereal import dependencies, you can see that Ireland is very much reliant on the Ukraine and Europe, especially the UK, as well as Canada and Brazil. In terms of fertilizer imports, it emerged that Ireland was heavily dependent on Russia and Europe, especially Belgium, Spain, and the UK for their fertilizer imports. In figure 6 and 7, we can see that in terms of vegetable imports, Ireland was again very reliant on Europe, especially the UK, the Netherlands, and Spain. And in terms of fruit and nut imports, in 2019, Ireland was very much dependent on Europe and developing countries such as Costa Rica and the Dominican Republic. The study then went on to look at the GHG emissions of these imports. The analysis found that some countries had a higher GHG import and some had a lower. And we can see that cereal imports such as maize, wheat, rice, and barley had a much higher GHG footprint than some vegetables and fruit and nut commodities such as tomatoes, apples and pears, potatoes, and grapes. Even though fertilizer import GHG emissions were not able to be calculated within this study, the study does recognise that fertilizers are a huge GHG producer. In 2019, the EPA estimated that Irish agricultural soils generated 5,723.32 kilotons of CO2, where 38% of these emissions came from the application of fertilizers. So therefore, we can recognise in the study that they are a high GHG emitter. The study then went on to look at substitution as a form of resilience to reduce vulnerabilities associated with import dependencies. By substituting these imports, it meant that Ireland did not have to rely on imports for these commodities and instead were indigenously grown. This meant that associated risks and vulnerabilities with these import dependencies were therefore reduced, and it allowed substitution to act as a form of resilience by reducing these vulnerabilities. Substitution also acted as a form of GHG mitigation, as it reduced the amount of GHGs produced by the transportation of such products. Again, substitution was not able to be applied to fertilizers. However, the study does recognise that switching to low-emission fertilizers, for example, the slow release fertilizers, or switching to low-emission nutrient practices, such as the introduction of legumes, will see GHG mitigation. Even though substitution does act as a form of resilience, the study does recognise that substitution does come with land use implications. First one being that it does require 250,850 hectares of land. And this would mean that half of Ireland's agricultural land use will be solely used to replace our import dependencies and reduce our vulnerabilities. This would further require a huge switch from livestock production to crop production, which would see the displacement of livestock production. A lot of the, as we can see in figure 9 here, a lot of the imports which can be substituted are annual crops, for example, maize, wheat, and barley. And this means that these are annual crops, and this means that on a yearly basis, stored organic CO2 will be released out into the atmosphere as a result of tilling and sowing. However, these emissions are a lot smaller than those produced by livestock production. In conclusion, we can say that import dependencies and trade shocks can expose a country to certain vulnerabilities. The aim of this thesis and the aim of this study was to develop a methodology which allowed us to look at these import dependencies and associated vulnerabilities. If this further allowed us to look at the GHG emissions of these imports, and therefore allowed the study to look at substitution, which acted, one, as a form of resilience to reduce vulnerabilities as a result of import dependencies, and two, to act as a form of mitigation and climate resilience to reduce GHG emissions. This study, again, as I said, was first conducted and piloted in Ireland, or using the Republic of Ireland. However, the study does recognise that there is land use implications to using substitution as a form of resilience. From the study, we highlight that more research needs to be done on the environmental and financial viability of substitution as a form of resilience in Ireland and across the world. It's important to recognise that this methodology is aimed to be used in countries across the world and not just in Ireland. Finally, to close, I would just like to thank all my supervisors and for the support and help throughout the year, and also to ACOM for their help and support throughout the development of my thesis. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much for tuning in today to see these presentations. My name is Katie Everett, and I will be presenting today on my thesis research, which is on agri-food resilience through community gardening. I'm looking specifically at the social transformation and biodiversity impacts. So to get started, just a brief overview of community gardening and resilience. For the purposes of this research, community has a place-based definition referring to group cultivation of a plot by local members. It's a shared plot of land rather than the allotment style. And important to note that community gardening is a part of the sharing economy, as it is incorporating the economy with society as well as the environment and providing opportunities for mutual aid networks and coalition building. So looking at resilience, resilience refers to the ability of the system to cope with shocks and external stressors. So not only climate change effects, but also socio-political factors. And community gardening sort of embodies two different forms of resilience: preventive resilience and reactive resilience. Whereby community gardening is preventive in that it's building these robust networks, it's strengthening communities and food access, as well as reactive. So we've seen an uptake in community gardening and gardening activities as a result of COVID-19. So looking at this graphic, it's just showing some of the different elements of community gardening and resilience and how they're linked, including the social and ecological benefits. So looking at the regional and seasonally appropriate planting, this is to reduce inputs and to promote native species that are well adapted to the region in which they're growing, as well as the biodiversity aware planning and management, the promotion of these ecological corridors within the garden spaces, as well as responsible management with regard to any inputs used. These are the more ecological benefits and resilience. And then looking through the other topics here: food availability, mutual aid and support. This is the building of community networks, making food more available and making nutritious food more available and accessible, as well as the involvement, autonomy and empathy, which is how food consciousness and empowered choice is more enabled through community gardening and participating in a community garden, as well as the education, management, and monitoring of community garden spaces. This is the teaching of best practices and continuing to improve the garden spaces and get the community involved. So the research methods that were employed included a review of databases in Google Scholar, as well as a review of the 2021 Community Gardens Ireland National Survey and publicly available location data, which was then put into ArcGIS, ArcMaps, and MyMaps in order to create a more comprehensive look at the locations of community gardens. This data was all available through Community Gardens Ireland, Dublin Community Growers, and Social Farms and Gardens UK, and then put into the ArcGIS software in order to make this map that you see here, as well as a review of government documents, particularly looking at financing. So firstly, looking at the benefits of community gardening, I've broken it down into the more social benefits and the ecological benefits. So first, the social benefits. Social transformation elements include an increased environmental awareness, not limited just to within the garden space, but also an increased specialist knowledge and an ecological knowledge of changes observed as part of the gardening practice. As well as group empowerment for collective actions through participating in the garden space with other community members and being exposed to different people. There's chances for coalition building and group empowerment. Additionally, there are nutritional benefits, including the increased vegetable intake, not only through the duration of these community garden studies, but long-lasting changes in dietary and eating preferences, and an increased vegetable intake has been reported. So there are many other social benefits, including physical and mental health benefits, as well as increased opportunities for socialization, both within and externally from family groups. So not only are there the social benefits listed there, but there are numerous positive factors relating to biodiversity as well. Community gardens are great spaces for species conservation and the utilization of native plant species. For example, the Santry Community Garden in Dublin has one of only 4 complete orchards, including heritage apple varieties. And additionally, there are many opportunities for community gardens with regard to understudied urban taxa and invertebrates, including spiders and snails. There are many opportunities, especially with like the All Ireland Pollinator Plan, to log activities that promote biodiversity. So having bare earth banks, providing habitat for solitary bees as part of the garden space. I'm going to get into some of the opportunities and constraints for community gardens, starting by looking at the national survey that was conducted by Community Gardens Ireland in 2021. So the data from that survey suggests there are a myriad of issues that community gardens are facing. One of the key issues identified was regarding funding of community gardens, which I'll get into a bit later, but also a lack of skilled volunteers with specialist knowledge, and impacts from COVID-19, which contributes largely to the volunteering issue as well. Also of note is that the Community Gardens Ireland survey does not include information on plot sizes, on crops planted, or on yield amounts from the community gardens, which is an area for further inquiry. So one of the key issues was funding, and looking at local county councils, these were identified as a current funding source. However, not all counties have allocated public community garden spaces. The 2018 Local Government Management Authority survey found that 97 community gardens were provided for public use by local authorities, but this was limited to within 18 counties. And the map here shows the counties in green are ones that do have community gardens publicly provided. The ones in purple are mixed, whereby the city council, but not the county council, provides community garden spaces, and just Roscommon here is in progress, and unfortunately the survey did not include specific county level data for Northern Ireland, so that's why all those counties have no data there. Additionally, outside of the county councils, there are a lot of opportunities for funding through federal grants. So looking at the Department of Rural and Community Development, There are a lot of funding opportunities there through the Ceantar Lága Ard Riachtanis program, which is specifically funding for residents in rural areas, and as well through the Climate Action Fund through the Department of the Environment, Climate and Communications. There's a lot of funding available there. However, a limiting factor for gaining this financing and gaining this funding is the lack of quantitative data on community gardens. So I'll talk a bit about that now. To address these knowledge gaps related to community gardening and the larger agri-food system, there are a few different methods that could be employed in order to gather more of this quantitative data that's so needed. One of these is the social cost-benefit analysis model, which is a low or no cost method that incorporates cost data, which can be obtained through interviewing at community gardens, as well as the valuation of volunteer labor of community members, which is then used to quantify the social and public benefits of the community garden. The resulting data helps to establish a baseline for future monitoring, as well as a quantitative way to demonstrate the value as a monetary value of community gardening in order to secure further funding. Additionally, through utilizing citizen science for monitoring and gathering data of the community garden spaces, this can inform further biodiversity impact studies at low or no cost to the garden, for example, through the citizen science portal of the National Biodiversity Data Center, whereby there are plenty of logs for birds, plants, insects, mammals, all kinds of species. And additionally, incorporating plot size and yield size into further surveys could help provide invaluable data on garden productivity per hectare. And lastly, open source yield reporting, such as Sustain's Capital Growth Harvestometer, is incredibly useful. It's another low or no cost way that gardens can report their own yield amounts, and that just helps determine not only how productive the garden space is, but also space or productivity per hectare as well. So to reiterate the main takeaways of this research, community gardening has numerous recorded benefits for both social, physical, and environmental well-being, and done properly, the environmental benefits are huge. However, there are a lot of knowledge gaps that do need to be addressed in order to better understand the productive capabilities and productive capacity of community gardens. And in so doing, we'll be able to establish more resources for funding and financing the community garden spaces. I just want to give a special thanks to Donald McCormick from Community Gardens Ireland for providing a lot of really great resources for this research, and as well a huge thank you to the other CCAFS students for supporting me throughout the process. Thanks so much for tuning in, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Hello again, everybody. The topic of our next session is on alternative proteins for food systems transformation. One of the biggest challenges facing society at present is the issue of sustainable protein supply. For the 8 billion people that are on the planet at present, everybody needs protein for our daily diets. However, the environmental footprint of all of the protein that we are eating is increasingly under scrutiny. And there is a strong wish and desire, and indeed a necessity, to identify sources of protein with the lowest environmental footprint while delivering the nutritional and quality related aspects that we desire in our daily diets. So at that, I'm going to hand over to our speakers today who are presenting on two projects which explore alternative proteins for food systems. The first of these is George O'Brien, who's going to talk about work he's been exploring on scaling insect-based foods for food and feed production within the European Union to meet climate, nutrition, and sustainability targets. Following that, Jennifer O'Sullivan, who's been working with us in the Ryan Institute here at the University of Galway, is going to present some work we've been doing on blended animal-plant protein, dairy hybrid drinks for nutrition, wellness, and climate mitigation. So at that, I'm going to hand you over to George, who will then be followed by Jennifer. Thank you.
Hello, I am George O'Brien, and the title of the project I worked on is Insect-Based Food and Feed Production in the EU to meet climate, nutrition, and sustainability targets. To establish a background, animal protein is a significant part of agriculture. In 2018, animal products in the European Union represented 175 billion euros in value, which is 40% of the total value of farm production. Protein is an extremely important element of the human diet, as well as part of feed for animals. As such, the European Union is looking to sustainable sources of protein to replace imports and less sustainable sources. For instance, the European Union is self-sufficient for about 80% of protein feed requirements, and the deficit is made up by soybean imports. I would like to note that I will be showing images of various insects in this presentation, in case anyone is uncomfortable with that. Insects are a potential avenue to solve several issues at once. They grow much faster than conventional livestock, are easy to take care of, are nutritionally sufficient for human diet, and put very little strain on the environment. Insects have been eaten by humans since prehistoric times and are still eaten by many cultures around the world, especially in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And recently, insect farming has become quite developed in Europe. Over the course of my work, I consulted a large number of research papers, reviews, and documents. Especially helpful was information and data provided by IPIF and FIFAC, as well as certain documents and datasets released by the EU. IPIF, the International Platform of Insects for Food and Feed, is an EU non-profit organization which represents the insect production sector and promotes the use of insects for food and feed. FIFAC is the European Feed Manufacturers Federation. Its mission is to defend and promote the interests of the European feed industry, as well as develop accessibility, sustainability, and promote research. Insects are an incredibly diverse order. There are currently over 1 million described insect species alive on planet Earth, and estimates suggest that the actual number of species may be closer to 5.5 million. Out of those 1 million, only about 2,000 insect species are eaten by people across the world, and the 8 most popular in large-scale farming are the black soldier fly, housefly, yellow lesser and buffalo mealworms, as well as crickets, grasshoppers, and locusts. But perhaps in the future, more species of insects will be identified as viable for farming as a food source. In Europe, black soldier flies and mealworms are the most popular insects to rear. Both are highly nutritious and contain a lot of protein, and most importantly, they can upscale biowaste such as organic byproducts, spoiled food, scraps, or manure. Both flies and mealworms are insects that undergo complete metamorphosis. Larvae hatch from eggs, eat and grow, then pupate, and an adult emerges, which then mates and lays eggs. It is the larval stage that is harvested due to its rich nutritional composition, and is then either processed or sold whole, either frozen or heat treated, meaning dried or cooked. Crickets, locusts, and grasshoppers belong to the order Orthoptera. They are naturally abundant, are low maintenance, and have long been eaten in some cultures and still are. As insects with incomplete metamorphosis, instead of a larval form, a nymph hatches from the egg and grows into adult purely through molting. And then it is the adult which is harvested and then sold, also processed, or as a whole, frozen or heat treated. A lot of research has been made on the environmental impact of several insects. The focus of these studies is generally on greenhouse gases, and most of them utilize the life cycle assessment method, which takes into account the whole production process when calculating the environmental impact. In this study, mealworms and crickets are compared to pigs and beef cattle. Due to the physiological and size differences between the animals, Initial tests make it seem that insects produce more CO2 per kilogram of body mass, but this data fails to take into account the speed of an organism's growth, as well as bones and other organs that participate less in gas exchange. When all this is taken into account and recalculated for metabolic weight, we can see that insects emit much less CO2 in the industrial process than pigs or beef cattle. As for other greenhouse gases, neither mealworms nor crickets produce methane. Mealworms produce only a minuscule amount of nitrous oxide, and crickets produce a similarly minuscule amount of ammonia. The situation with black soldier flies is quite complicated, however. Several studies have been made on their environmental benefits, and they show that because black soldier fly larvae are so versatile in what they can eat, the environmental impact depends on their substrate. Some make them more harmful than beef cattle, while others make them significantly more beneficial. Their nutritional composition also greatly varies depending on the substrate, and evidently more research is required to get a clearer picture. Nonetheless, black soldier flies are the most popular insect for industrial farming in Europe. And all of the aforementioned insects require significantly less land than any conventional livestock, up to 90% less. In conclusion, it can be said that insect farming is a promising industry, showing steady growth. When utilized properly, insects are way more environmentally beneficial, and their nutritional value is comparable with traditional meat. There are many hurdles to overcome, such as legislation, public accessibility, production chain development, and further research, to achieve a greater production scale. And many organizations, companies, and researchers are working towards achieving these goals. I would like to thank my supervisors, Dr. Peter McKeown and Dr. Charles Spillane, for offering me guidance and assistance in my work. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer O'Sullivan, and today I will be talking you through my MScCCAFS thesis project, titled The Development of Blended Animal Plant Protein Dairy Hybrid Drinks for Nutrition, Wellness, and Climate Mitigation. To begin, I will introduce you to the concept of the hybrid plant dairy protein beverage and why this approach may be beneficial in the future. From a nutrition and wellness perspective, dairy milk is considered to be a superfood. The reason for this is due to its high nutritional density. For example, dairy milk delivers a number of essential micronutrients such as calcium, vitamin B12, B2, iron, and iodine. In addition to this, it also delivers the major macronutrients such as fat, carbohydrates, and protein. The proteins present in milk have a protein digestible corrective amino acid score of 1, which is the best score that can be achieved on this scale, meaning that these proteins are of very high quality and contain all the essential amino acids required for healthy bodily functions. In recent years, there has been a large increase in the consumption of plant-based milks such as almond, oat, coconut, and many others. The consumption of these plant-based milks is usually to replace dairy milk in the diet for either dietary or ethical reasons. The issue with these is that these plant-based milks are inferior to dairy milk in terms of nutrition. They also lack nutritional density and need to be fortified with essential vitamins and tend to have an extremely low protein concentration. For example, full-fat dairy milk contains about 3.3 grams of protein per 100 grams of milk, but oat milk will only have 0.8 grams of protein per 100 grams of oat milk. This makes these plant-based beverages inadequate replacers of dairy milk from a nutritional perspective. It was also shown in a study that the carbon footprint of 1 glass of dairy milk was 312 grams of CO2 equivalents, and in order to achieve the same amount of protein in an almond beverage, its carbon footprint would be 5,000 grams CO2 equivalents. And this highlights that plant-based milks are not always the most sustainable option. However, the use of legume proteins in beverages such as soya milk are an exception, and this is because soya milk has a protein content of about 3.3 grams per 100 grams of soya milk, which is comparable to dairy milk. So, despite the nutritional benefits of dairy milk, its production is associated with many environmental, animal welfare, and health concerns. From the diagram below, the EPA concluded that the agricultural sector contributed to 37.1% of anthropogenic emissions in Europe in 2020. And from this, 57.4% of emissions rose from enteric fermentation from cattle. This highlights how damaging the farm emissions from dairy milk production are and why innovation is needed to improve the sustainability of food systems, especially due to increasing global population and food security threats becoming more and more prominent. One possible solution is through the hybrid formulation that includes both dairy and legume proteins. So why include legume proteins? Well, legume proteins have the ability to biologically fix nitrogen from the atmosphere, meaning they do not require as many inputs, such as nitrogen-based fertilizers. There is also no requirement to produce feed for legumes, and these practices could reduce huge emissions in the production chain. In addition to this, legumes are nutritionally dense species, so that if they were to displace dairy milk proteins by a certain percentage, the nutritional value would not be compromised. I will now discuss some of the research methods that were used to explore the idea of hybrid beverages in more detail. So the research methods used in this thesis project can be divided into three main categories. These are physical analysis, life cycle assessment, and market research. The physical analysis included development of bench-level plant-dairy hybrid emulsions. These emulsions were made up of full-fat dairy milk that had been displaced by legume proteins such as soya, pea, and chickpea by 15%. These prototypes were then analysed for colour and miscibility. The colour analysis was carried out using a handheld Minolta colorimeter and was used to determine whiteness index, yellowness index, chroma, and hue indexes of the prototypes and compare them to the target. And in this case, the target was just full-fat dairy milk. The samples were prepared by blending milk, plant protein, and water using a magnetic stir plate, and once mixed, the colour analysis then took place. This was then repeated with the addition of a stabilizer, and in this case, locust bean gum was used. This was done to analyse the effect of hydrocolloids on the emulsion stability of the prototypes. And for the miscibility test, the samples were prepared in the same way, with and without locust bean gum. And once mixed, the samples were then allowed to sit at room temperature and were observed at different time intervals for occurrence of destabilization mechanisms, such as phase separation, flocculation, and sedimentation. The life cycle assessment was carried out by compiling data from databases such as Ecolvent and FAO-Stat. The data was then used to compare the stages of the production of both soya protein and dairy milk and to identify the stages responsible for the most emissions. It was also used to help identify system boundaries of each system. For market research, a multiple choice questionnaire was then made up, and it consisted of 11 questions based on the willingness of participants to try a hybrid plant dairy beverage. There was 35 participants in total, and the data collected was then illustrated in graphs to communicate the results clearly. I will now discuss some of the results from the methods that I have just previously mentioned. So firstly, I will discuss the colour results. The target sample had a whiteness index of -9.88, and the most comparable prototype was the soya protein hybrid. This prototype also contained locust bean gum and achieved a value of -12.45. Out of the 4 tests that were carried out for colour analysis, a soya protein and milk hybrid were closest to the target sample 3 out of 4 times. And in conclusion, the soya protein milk, with the addition of a locust bean gum prototype, was the most comparable to milk and is more likely to be acceptable in terms of physical appearance and consumer acceptability. So for the miscibility tests, the 3 prototypes were observed for destabilization mechanisms at different time intervals in the presence and absence of locust bean gum. Prototype 1, which was the soya protein and milk hybrid, can be seen in the first 2 images here. The left image contains no locust bean gum and the right does. It is evident from the left figure that phase separation has occurred in the first 15 minutes. In contrast to this, prototype 1 with locust bean gum experienced no phase separation after 45 minutes, meaning the emulsion was a lot more stable. The next 2 figures represent prototype 2, which was the pea protein and milk hybrid. The left figure is in absence of locust bean gum, and from this figure you can see that both phase separation and sedimentation has occurred in the first 15 minutes, indicating an unstable emulsion. When locust bean gum was added to the emulsion, phase separation occurred after 30 minutes. However, the phase separation was in cream color and not brown. The addition of the locust bean gum offset destabilization mechanisms for a short period, but the effect wasn't as significant as seen in soya protein. And then with prototype 3 was the chickpea flour and milk hybrid emulsion. And when there was no locust bean gum present, a yellow sediment had formed after 45 minutes. However, when locust bean gum was added, large yellow flocks and large air bubbles formed throughout the emulsion. Therefore, its effect was not significant at all. And in conclusion, over the whole miscibility test, the soya protein milk with locust bean gum prototype had the best miscibility and resistance to destabilization mechanisms. So life cycle assessment of a product is the assessment of the environmental aspects and potential environmental impacts throughout a product's life cycle, all the way from raw material acquisition through production, use, and end treatment of the product. The first step in a life cycle assessment is to identify the system boundaries of its production processes, which allows one to identify the major emission emitting stages of the production process. The first figure shows the system boundaries of dairy milk production. The main processes include feed farming, cow farming, milk processing, and use and end disposal. You can also see the major inputs from each stage. As you can see, I have the feed farming and cow farming steps circled, and this is because they are responsible for the major anthropogenic emissions associated with dairy milk production. And these are referred to as upstream processes. In figure 2, the main processes for soya protein and soya beverage production are outlined and include farming, protein separation, processing, and use and disposal. Here I have the protein separation and processing stages highlighted, as these are the stages responsible for the anthropogenic emissions associated with the production of soya products. These processes are referred to as core processes, and data from EcoInvent and IFIAD were then used to clarify this and will be discussed in the next slide. So, as previously mentioned, the major emissions from dairy milk were from the farming stages in the process production. So as you can see here, the major reasons for this was due to enteric fermentation, manure management, and nitrogen-based fertilizers. As you can see, just for enteric fermentation, it resulted in 3,840.48 kilotons of CH4 emissions per kg of milk produced. So this really did back up the system boundaries that were previously identified. Another major finding from the LCA was that location had a major impact on the emissions associated with legumes. So as you can see here, soybean production in the US was 0.41874 kg CO2 equivalents per kg of soybean produced, but then in places like Argentina, it was 5.628797 kg CO2 equivalents, which is a huge difference and shows that location has a major impact on the greenhouse gas emissions associated with soybean production. This is something that needs to be considered when acquiring your raw materials if you were to do this. It was also, data from EcoVent also highlighted the difference in land use occupation between soya protein production and milk production. So as you can see here, there's a huge jump from 4.48812 to 9.6088. And this is due to the milk production needing land for both feed production and cow farming. Calculations were then carried out to see if you were to replace 15% of the emissions associated with the total production of soybean production with the total production of cow milk, would you get resulting reduction in emissions? And the calculations indicated that it is possible, but it should be noted that this is very theory-based and a lot more research and insight is required for this to be taken into consideration. So for the market research, it consisted of 11 questions and the total participants were 35 people. So from the first diagram here, you can see that majority of the people described their diet choices as being omnivore, and only 2 individuals indicated they were vegan. So this is good in terms of if you were to put a hybrid plant dairy beverage on the market, that there is a market there for it, because obviously with dairy being present, vegans would not be able to consume this beverage. But if you're an omnivore, you will be able to consume both plant and dairy protein. So this is a promising indicator that there is room for a hybrid dairy plant protein beverage on the market. So when asked if consumers consume dairy milk daily, 15 people said they do, and only 11 people consume plant milk dairy daily. Excuse me. It was also seen that 54% of the participants would consider consuming a hybrid beverage, which means that if it were on market, it is likely that it would be picked up and bought and tried out by consumers, which is promising. 37% would not consider a hybrid beverage, and this was due to taste concerns. So this shows the importance of a food science perspective of why we need to optimize the organoleptic characteristics such as flavor and color and sensory aspects of the product. And when asked if consumers would consider paying more for a product if it was considered to be more sustainable, 66% said they would. So overall, the market research indicates that there is a willingness for participants to try a hybrid plant dairy beverage, and that if it were to reach market, that it would more than likely be purchased. So in conclusion, a plant dairy hybrid protein beverage is possible to formulate. It would require additional ingredients such as stabilizers such as locust bean gum and hydrocolloids, and it was also concluded that the best legume protein that was analyzed during this thesis project was soya protein. It was also concluded that possible climate mitigation can be achieved through theory-based LCA and calculations. There is an opportunity for a plant dairy hybrid protein beverage on the market, and formulations of such beverages will require additional ingredients. As I mentioned, stabilizers, but there's also things like acidity regulators and more. And it needs to be the acquisition of where you get your raw materials is a huge factor that needs to be considered if you were to formulate a hybrid beverage. So I would like to thank my supervisors that helped me throughout this thesis. So a special thank you to Charles Spillane and Peter McKeown, and David Stiles and Galina Brykova. So thank you.
Dear all, this is my pleasure to start the next session, session number 7, ruminant livestock, climate change, and sustainability challenges. As you all know, the livestock sector is one of the most important pillars in the global food system, and it contributes to 40% of the global value of agricultural outputs. And what is most important, it's supporting the livelihood, food and nutritional security of more than 1.3 billion people on the world. And at the same time, the livestock sector is one which has the biggest scope for improvement and improvement in terms of sustainability practices, ranging from the practice of animal welfare to the more sustainable and more equitable approaches which are used in the animal life sector and veterinary services in order to impose less risk to human and animal health. So during this section, we will have the 3 talks. The first talk will be by Michael Meyer, and his talk will be the impact of climate change on veterinary practices and animal welfare in the European Union. After him, we will have the Madeline Kanzler with Do Smart Climate Agriculture Practices Affect Livestock Meat Quality. So this interesting topic will help us to understand the problems which can be associated with the climate smart practices. And next talk will be from Dina Healy,
we will talk about the sustainable protein supply from grass-based biorefineries for livestock feed. And you do know that our protein supply is one of the major challenges which livestock agriculture facing. So right now I would like to welcome Michael presentation, and then afterward Madeline and Dina. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, my name is Michael Myers, and today I'm going to discuss with you the impact of climate change on veterinary practices and animal welfare in the European Union. Climate change has major impacts on animal welfare and veterinary practices. The livestock sector is a major element of food security in the EU. Globally, 1.3 billion people depend on livestock for their livelihoods, and this is particularly evident in the European Union. Climate change is responsible for extreme weather events, new disease emergence, drought stress and heat stress on livestock, affecting their production levels and their reproductive efficiency. Our temperatures are predicted to increase by 1.4 to 5.8 degrees in the next 100 years, according to our leading scientists. Animal welfare standards must be always adhered to. Climate change is making it much more difficult to meet these standards. If these standards aren't met, our animals are suffering from stress. The EU Animal Welfare Strategy 2012 to 2015 was implemented with a course of actions to be completed. Animal welfare is particularly important to ensure proper welfare standards and to prevent zoonotic diseases impacting our food systems, causing these systems to crash. Research methods. The research methods were conducted by identifying keywords, and they were used to search for queries relating to the literature. The topic had a broad area of research, with several topics requiring investigation. Databases such as Google Scholar and ScienceDirect were used to investigate the research. I used desk research to identify the latest literature relating to the topic. Any emergent topics in the literature were noted, and any research gaps were then identified. Mitigation and adaptation strategies were researched by using secondary research. Climate change predictions and scenarios for 2050 were considered for the impacts on livestock welfare. I'm now going to discuss with you some of the stresses that impact our livestock in the European Union. Cattle are particularly susceptible to suffering from heat stress. This occurs when animals absorb or generate more heat than they can dispose of due to respiration or sweating. If the temperature goes too hot or too low, the cattle's thermoneutral zone is affected. Heat stress has major impacts on production levels and the reproductive cycles of cattle, impacting farmers. In June 2022, 10,000 head of cattle died in Kansas from heat stress. The use of heat-tolerant cattle, such as zebu cattle, become more prevalent on farms. Water availability stress. Global warming changes every stage of the water cycle. With a warming world, more water is being evaporated into the air from our lakes and rivers. This results in much drier conditions. Drought conditions make it difficult for livestock owners to provide drinking water to cattle, which is an animal welfare standard that must be met. Drier conditions also impact crop growth, leading to reduced yields and quality and leading to starvation in cattle. On the contrary, however, climate change can also bring about increased flooding, which brings its own problems to livestock owners. Pregnancy and fertility. Warmer temperatures affect the reproductive efficiency of cattle. Conception rates, pregnancy rates, and abortion in cattle are all influenced by their environment. High temperatures can decrease estrus intensity in cows, showing less signs of heat, which is a major problem for farmers. There is an increased risk of lower levels of fertility and conception when cows are subject to periods of extreme heat. Extreme weather events refer to weather phenomena that are out of the ordinary, such as wildfires, snowfalls, and droughts. Extreme weather has been known to trigger post-traumatic stress disorder in cattle, as they remember the stress they endured during an extreme event such as a snowfall. Wildfires can lead to the destruction of grazing land and cause respiratory issues in cattle due to smoke inhalation. Risk of heavy snowfalls is increased with the occurrence of colder temperatures, and these are now on the rise. When cattle face cold stress, their bodies drop below the thermoneutral zone, and they can then develop hypothermia. Zoonotic and other diseases. Zoonotic diseases refer to diseases which can be transmitted from animals to humans. Diseases spread by mosquitoes and other vectors have risen in the last 2 decades due to global warming, and these are predicted to rise even further. Melting permafrost could cause ancient deadly infections such as anthrax to emerge from carcasses under the permafrost. Changes in our climate can enhance drug resistance in Mycobacterium bacteria, which is the bacteria known for causing tuberculosis. Drug resistance in bacteria is deadly. The following table discusses the likely impacts of climate stresses on welfare and reproduction of cattle by 2050. Climate stress such as heat, predicted impact in 2050, Europe's temperatures to increase from 2 to 3.5 degrees Celsius. This will impact our beef cattle by reproductive issues, metabolic disorders, and it'll affect our dairy cattle by lowered milk yields and lowered production. Water availability. Water demand is to increase by 55% by 2050. This will affect beef cattle by dehydration and debt, fodder crisis, dairy cattle by lowered milk yields again, dehydration and debt. Pregnancy and fertility. By 2050, the temperature increases of 2 to 3.5 degrees are expected. This will cause lowered conception rates and abortion in beef cattle, lowered conception rates and lower pregnancy rates in dairy cattle. Extreme weather. This will cause increased incidences of storms and flooding by 2050. Beef cattle will suffer respiratory issues and PTSD. Dairy cattle will suffer body temperature below normal and a lack of feed. Zoonotic diseases. By 2050, higher temperatures give rise to infectious disease spread. Increased risk of pathogens, mosquitoes and flies will spread more disease to beef cattle. Liver fluke will be on the rise in dairy cattle, and there'll also be the risk of zoonotic disease. Direct and indirect effects of climate change on animal welfare in the EU. The direct effects include increased temperatures, droughts, heat stress, metabolic disorders, and extreme weather such as wildfires. Indirect effects include quantity of fodder will be decreased, the quality of fodder will be useless, drinking water, disease spread, and animal survival. Conclusions. Consumer, technological, regulatory, and husbandry actions are all necessary for coping with the impacts of climate change on animal welfare in the EU. Awareness of effects of climate change on animal welfare must be raised. During times of climate stress, animal husbandry must be always adhered to. Veterinarians should make it their responsibility to communicate to farmers the impacts of climate change on animal welfare, as they have a knowledge of this. Both adaptation and mitigation strategies should be implemented to allow livestock owners to cope with climate change and ensure animal welfare. Thank you all for listening. I would like to thank the CCAFS programme for allowing me the opportunity to participate in the course, which I found to be enjoyable and fulfilling. I would also like to thank Professor Charles Plan and Dr. Peter. Thank you.
Buen día, soy Madeline Kanzler de los Estados Unidos, de Legume, y mi pregunta de estudio es cómo las prácticas agrícolas climáticamente inteligentes afectan la calidad de carne. Hi, my name is Madeline Kanzler. I'm from Logan, Utah, in the Intermountain West of the United States. And my research question is, do climate-smart agriculture practices affect ruminant livestock meat quality? This question is really important in that consumers drive producers. It is very important that climate-smart agriculture practices be put in place, but if they affect meat quality and what the consumer gets, it's less likely for them to be used and for producers to convert to those systems because they will lose money because people are not wanting to buy low quality meat. So to start out, a lot of the meat that is currently on the market or that is considered quality meat comes from grain-fed systems. So these are animals or systems that they are fed out, they are fed grain for 90 days before they go to market. And this is pretty well the standard. Meat quality, however, is different in different regions of the world. In the United States, we typically use grades, and these grades go from prime, choice, and select. At least those are the most common ones. And those grades are based on the amount of marbling or the amount of fat content found in the meat. Whereas in Australia, they use classifications from 1 to 12. And it's also based on marbling, but it also considers the redness in the meat. So in the producer side, it's not necessarily a scientific aspect of what the nutrients are in the meat. It's solely based on what the meat looks like. Consumers, however, do not necessarily know how to interpret these grades or classifications. Many times the quality of meat depends on how the meat cooks up, what the texture is like, what the tenderness is like. And of course, some do know about marbling and also have a concern for the environmental practice, in that they are concerned of how the animal was raised and the health aspects of it as well. So in this particular research, for this particular project, I did an evidence review of literature. I will look through the literature to see what is known or what has been investigated, what the gaps are, and then what's next. So there are 3 climate smart agriculture practices that I chose to look at. I looked at seaweed additives to an animal's diet, grass-fed beef systems, as well as silvopastoral systems. So the first system that I looked at in depth was seaweed additives. This is becoming a very popular research question, in that some types of seaweed are known to mitigate and decrease methane emission in cattle. So there are 3 types of seaweed species that are used, 3 seaweed species that are used, the brown, the red, and the green seaweed. So brown seaweed is one of the ones that are better known, especially as many researchers are interested in Asparagopsis. Asparagopsis is known to decrease methane emissions between 10 to 80%. It's also well known in that it has been shown in some cases to increase daily gain, so increase the amount of production that an animal does every day. The marbling and the redness in meat is also a factor, and as well as the saturated fatty acids found in meat, it's found to decrease those. However, there's not as many studies that prove this, so it is not necessarily conclusive. Red and green seaweed have shown to have no effect on meat quality. Of course, this mostly comes from the fact that there's not very many studies done on that. There's not very many studies concerned with meat quality of these systems. The next system that I examined was the grass-fed livestock system. Grass-fed systems are very interesting in that there's a broad variety of systems that can fall, subclasses that can fall into the grass-fed system. There's of course traditional pasture, which is just grass-fed. It's a lot of what you see in Ireland. You see cattle out in the pastures and they're only grazing on grass. In other places, these systems can be much more varied. In the Intermountain West of the United States, you see a lot of different forages along with grasses. You have woody plants, you have shrubs, you have leguminous shrubs, and all sorts of different things. There's also a change in how far apart the plants are, and so cattle have to travel a little bit more to get to those nutrients, and sometimes it takes longer to get them to market. So due to all of these implications, it can be difficult to understand meat quality, as many of the studies do not discuss what type of subclass of grass-fed system they are studying. For the most, it's concluded that there is minimal changes in fatty acid profiles and as well in the taste and tenderness of the meat when it's cooked. Fat color differs. It becomes a more clear fat instead of the yellowish fat that you get from grain-fed beef. And there's lower marbling scores typically in grass-fed beef. This is not necessarily a problem, as many consumers are looking for more lean meat. And so they are interested in that in a lower meat and lower fat content. Grass-fed systems are also very well advertised as being more healthy. And so consumers are driven towards that. However, there is not that much of a change in nutrient content and profile compared to a grain-fed animal or grain-fed beef. The last system I looked at was silvopastoral systems. These are very interesting systems. They combine trees and crops and grazing all into one system. And there's many ways to do this. You can see it is often used in nut orchards. So the producers can still collect the nuts, but also feed out their cattle. It's not typically done in fruit orchards because cattle are known to eat the fruit off the trees. Timber production is another great place for this another great type of this system. The trees are planted until they are ready to be harvested for timber. and then more trees are planted in their place. And in the years in between, crops and grass are grown for the cattle to graze on. So those are just a few examples. One of the systems that is examined when it comes to meat quality is the Legume system. The Legume system is named for the leguminous shrub that is often used. The Legume shrub is very high in protein, and so when the animal eats it, it's very similar in protein content to what grain-fed animals receive. So it ends up having a high quality of beef that is similar to grain-fed. Unfortunately, the other systems are not found to have as high of meat quality. The meat was found to be tough, and the fat color was more similar to that of grain-fed, grass-fed systems. The other thing that I chose to look at in this study were livestock production traits. Most breeds of cattle fall into two different types, the Bos taurus and the Bos indicus taurus. The Bos taurus comes from Europe. It is believed to be descended of the aurochs. It is known to have high production traits, high meat quality, high milk production, and it has more marbling. It does, however, prefer lower temperatures and has low parasite resistance. Whereas the Bos indicus taurus is a tropical breed. It is believed that it came out of India, was taken into Africa, and is actually very commonly used in South American production systems now. They're known for their humps and as well as for their very loose skin. They do typically produce less meat, less milk, and the quality of meat that come from these animals are not as good. They do, however, have higher parasite resistance and higher heat tolerance, which is why they're really great animals for the tropics. When grazed out on the same system, your Bos taurus is going to be superior. However, if you bring a Bos taurus into places that are tropical, that production decreases. So there has been a lot of studies in crossbreeding to be able to help increase production in Bos indicus, but also retain the higher parasite resistance and heat tolerance. As it is important for research to note which breeds are being used and to be able to note that the meat quality between the two systems can be very different. Even crossbreeds between Bos taurus and Bos indicus have shown a lower carcass yield than your typical Bos taurus carcass yield. So in conclusion, it is found that seaweed additives, grass-fed systems, and silvopastoral systems have no significant change on meat quality. There are many gaps in the research, though. Many of these climate-smart agriculture practices have been studied in their effect on the environment, on their effect on the animal, but not necessarily the overall market effect. The comparisons of meat quality is quite low. They are commonly compared to grain-fed beef, but there is no comparisons between the systems either to know which one is superior. There are very few there's very few investigations done on the economics of how difficult it is for a producer to switch to one of these systems and what their costs would be, as well as how long it takes for an animal to get to marketplace compared to like a grain-fed animal, which only takes 90 days. Consumer preferences is another place where there are gaps. It is not known how much consumers truly care about environmental practices, or if they more care of just good meat quality, as well as what global opinions are, if there are any global trends. And finally, there are large gaps in producer inputs. There are very few studies that have included producers in their research. It would be recommended to include producers and Indigenous peoples within the research. They bring a lot of knowledge to the table, as well as they make great points about what would be difficult about switching it over, and would have good ideas on how to enhance meat quality. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Very special thanks to my NUIG supervisors, Charles Spillane and Peter McGowan, as well as to my supervisor from the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, Jacobo Arango. Muchas gracias a todos a estar aquí. Muchas gracias a mi Charles Spillane y Peter McGowan, y también a Jacobo Arango del Centro Internacional de Agricultura Tropical. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Deanna Healy and I'm here today to talk about my thesis, which is based on the sustainable protein supply from grass-based biorefineries for livestock feed. This project was carried out with the collaboration company Farm Zero C. So to begin, proteins are highly important in animal nutrition for growth, gestation, weight gain, and the regeneration of tissues. There are two major concerns relating to protein sources, such as the increases in global demand for livestock products and ensuring sustainable supply. The worldwide demand for livestock products arises from the growth in the global human population, which has intensified the global pressure for animal products. Sustainable supply is important to be considered since the global production of animal feed is often subject to unstable markets, since it relies heavily on the byproducts and waste of the food industry. Hence, it is vital that animal feed manufacturers are able to source sustainable, safe, competitive, and secure resources. Some of the most popular protein sources for animal feed include soybean meal, rapeseed meal, and sunflower meal. Globally, soybean is the most popular and widely produced protein source. It is an annual crop that originates from East Asia, but is now grown over a large geographical area, with the leading producer countries being Brazil, America, Argentina, and China. Soybean meal is a highly valuable protein source since it has a high protein content containing approximately 44% crude protein and a well-balanced amino acid composition. It is also very palatable among most farm animals, including ruminants, pigs, and poultry. And although soybean is widely produced, America and China tend to consume what they produce, while Brazil and Argentina are the major exporters to the EU. Rapeseed is the world's second leading source of protein after soybean meal. Rapeseed meal contains between 33 and 40% crude protein, with high levels of lysine, methane, and tryptophan. Globally, the major contributors of rapeseed production are China, India, the EU, and Canada. While rapeseed meal is an excellent source of protein, the protein is less digestible than that of soybean meal. However, the amino acids balance is better than soybean meal. Sunflower meal is produced from the seed of the sunflower plant and is obtained after the oil is extracted from the seed. Sunflower is primarily used in food rations for ruminants and poultry. The crude protein content of sunflower meal is between 36 and 40%, yet the inadequate content of lysine means that it is better suited to ruminants than non-ruminants. In comparison to soybean, sunflower meal contains a lower energy and lysine content, but has a higher fiber and methane content. Lastly, leaf protein concentrates are a plant-derived alternative protein source for animals and can be EU grown. The increasing global demand for stable protein sources has initiated debates on food security and the utilization of local feed sources. However, the replacement of local protein sources requires long-term and substantial investments in technology and market mechanisms. Green biorefineries. So green biorefineries, or GBR systems, have received much attention in recent years since they can provide a solution to increasing the demand for protein-rich animal feed while also decreasing the dependency on soybean imports. The IEA has defined biorefinery systems as the integrated upstream, midstream, and downstream processing of all kinds of biomass into a spectrum of marketable bioproducts like chemicals, feed, fuels, power, and heat. A keen interest in biorefinery systems has been sparked in the past decade since they efficiently recycle biowaste and simultaneously reduce environmental loads, while also creating new avenues for socio-economic developments. Overall, a biorefinery is intended for enhancing a diverse range of renewable feedstocks into a variety of products, such as biomasses, including those from agriculture, aquaculture, and forestry, as well as waste sourced from agricultural and municipal origins. So some of the benefits then of biorefineries include the substitution of fossil fuels, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and the efficient waste management and use of biomass resources. Drivers for green biorefineries in Europe then. So the European Union imports large quantities of soybean meal. Within the EU, 69% of protein-rich feed materials are imported. The low self-sufficiency exposes the EU to the possibility of sustainability issues, trade distortions, scarcity and price volatility of soybean on the global market. The EU also has a large grassland area. Within the EU, there is approximately 60 million hectares of permanent grassland, 11 million hectares of temporary grassland, and combined, they occupy almost 40% of the European Utilised Agricultural Area, or the UAA. Ireland is the only country within the EU that has 52% grassland cover. This is giving Ireland a unique opportunity to increase its self-sufficiency of animal feed by utilising grass-based biorefinery model. This figure shows that the raw green materials for green biorefineries are broken down into fibres that can be obtained in a pure form containing less than 11% of protein. The first step involves gentle wet fractionation technology, which isolates the green biomass materials in their natural state. Then, the organic waste goods are separated into a fibre-rich press cake and a nutrient-rich green juice. The green juice contains proteins, free amino acids, enzymes, hormones, and other organic materials. The press cake contains cellulose, starch, valuable dyes, pigments, crude medicines, and other organics. The press cake can then be used to produce green feed pellets, as well as raw materials for chemical production and biofuel, feedstock, or feed for ruminants. The methodology of this project occurred in twofold. So firstly, I conducted a desktop review of the relevant literature on green biorefineries, highlighting the utilisation of grass-derived protein concentrates in livestock feeds. I used platforms such as Google Scholar, NUIG Library, FAO Stat, Scopus, and the Frontiers in Sustainable Food Systems Journal. As well as this, I used search strings and synonyms to replace relevant words such as leaf protein concentrate, LPC, grass protein, and green protein. Secondly, a trial was performed by Farms ARC to assess the potential of green protein concentrate to displace up to 50% of soybean meal in 9-week-old piglets. By first implementing an innovative green biorefinery process to extract leaf protein concentrate, or LPC, from perennial ryegrass clover mixes, then the novel protein was analysed for its nutritional content and amino acid profile. A trial and control diet were created based on the requirements of the weaner pigs. Indicators such as daily feed intake, average daily weight gain, and feed conversion efficiency were calculated. Then, the leaf protein was tested as a potential protein supplement in animal feed for pigs in comparison to a conventional diet, whereby the primary protein source is soybean meal. Feed trials were conducted to compare pig performance between the control and the treatment groups. This examined the feasibility of the leaf protein as a potential replacement for soybean meal in pig feed diets. Based on the characterization of protein concentrate, treatment and control feed rations were designed to maximize the soybean displacement content of a conventional pig weaner ration. The control feed consisted of wheat, maize, barley, molasses, soybean meal in the form of hypersoya, soy oil, soy hull, and minerals in the recommended amounts. The treatment diet contained leaf protein concentrate, replacing hypersoya at a 50% displacement. Moving on to consider the results. So this table illustrates the approximate analysis and amino acid comparisons between soybean meal and leaf protein concentrate. This shows that the crude fibre content of the leaf protein concentrate was somewhat similar to that observed in soybean meal. As shown, the leaf protein concentrate contained 42.8% crude protein on a dry matter basis and 3.9% crude fibre content. Crude fibre is composed of cellulose, lignin, and pectin, and is important in ruminant diets since they can ferment a large proportion of it. However, for non-ruminants, crude fibre is of very little energy value, but it is important for maintaining gut health and gut microbial population. When the crude fibre content is high, the energy content of the feed is low, since crude fibre is considered indigestible. Additionally, the amino acid profile of leaf protein concentrate was observed to be partially lower than that of soybean meal in the amino acids lysine and cysteine. However, similar concentrations were observed of the amino acids methane and threonine. This table from the results illustrates a comparison of the daily feed intake, feed conversion efficiency, and average daily gain of weaners on treatment and control diet. As shown, the daily feed intake for the treatment diet was found to be higher when compared to the control. This indicates that the pigs preferred the treatment diet since they also consumed more food than that of the control group. The feed conversion ratio for both control and treatment diets increased each week as the trial progressed. By the end of the trial, the feed conversion efficiency is slightly lower for the control diet at 2.14 in comparison to the treatment diet at 2.19. This comparable feed conversion ratio during the trial indicates that the treatment diet compares very well to the conventional diet fed to the weaner pigs. The average daily gain comparisons indicate the performance of the treatment diet compared to the control diet. By the end of the trial, pigs on the control diet gained 0.650 kg per day, and pigs on the treatment diet gained 0.652 kg per day. This is showing that the average weight gain between both diets is generally consistent. To conclude, it is important to note that the increasing human population demands more high-quality proteins and nutrients from livestock production, which has intensified the global pressure for animal products. Proteins are highly important in animal nutrition for the growth and regeneration of tissues. The livestock sector is highly dependent on protein-rich soy feed imports, and it is important to consider alternative protein sources. The additional demand for feed creates future challenges surrounding animal welfare and environmental pollution, and how livestock systems may be intensified in a sustainable manner to successfully achieve both efficiency and climate change mitigation. The results of this study indicate that leaf protein concentrates have some promising characteristics, making them interesting for the inclusion into protein-rich livestock feeds. The crude protein content of leaf protein concentrate was comparable to that found in soybean meal. The amino acid profile of LPC was observed to be partially lower than soybean meal in the amino acids lysine and cysteine. However, similar concentrations were observed in methane and threonine. Lastly, the crude fiber concentrations had similar correlations between leaf protein concentrate and soybean meal. Although the leaf protein concentrate may not have the potential to completely replace soybean meal, it certainly has the possibility to reduce the reliance on soybean imports within the EU. Furthermore, this study demonstrated the potential to implement green biorefineries in Europe and to substitute imported soybean meal with grass-derived protein to meet the input requirements of various livestock diets. Ireland is in a very unique position since it's the only country in the EU that has 52% grassland. This gives Ireland the opportunity to increase its self-sufficiency of animal feed by utilising a grass-based biorefinery system. Moreover, green biorefineries can contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, thus providing a partial solution to the recent emission reduction targets in Ireland, which seek a 25% reduction within the agricultural sector. And lastly, but by no means least, I would like to thank my supervisors from NUIG, Charles Bland, Peter McKeown and Dave Stiles, and also the supervisors from the Farm Zero C project, James Gaffey, Teresa Rubara and Tracy O'Connor, for their continuous support and guidance in developing this paper.
In our next session, we're going to focus on emissions reduction pathways from agricultural systems, with a particular focus on methane emissions. Methane is a greenhouse gas that has major global warming potential, and which is also more short-lived than CO2 in terms of its residence time in the atmosphere. However, agricultural systems are a major source of methane emissions, and in particular ruminant livestock emissions and also paddy rice cultivation. So our two presentations today focus on methane. First off, we have Kevin Markey, who will present on work to look at the feasibility of the methane reduction pledge, which was signed by many countries at the COP26 meeting in Glasgow, to look at the feasibility of that methane reduction pledge within the methane emitting agricultural sectors within those countries. That will be followed by Tinashe Mishitsa's presentation, which looks at yield gains from hybrid rice to generate lower emissions per unit product than inbred lines of rice. Both of these projects we've been conducting in partnership with the International Rice Research Institute in the Philippines. And I'm now going to hand you over to Kevin, who will present firstly, and then he'll be followed by Tinashe. Over to you, Kevin.
Hello, and welcome to the 2022 annual MScCCAFS conference. My name is Kevin Markey, and today I will be presenting my project that I did in collaboration with our partner organization, the International Rice Research Institute. Our project aimed to explore the feasibility of the methane reduction pledge within methane-emitting agricultural sectors. The MRP was introduced at the UN Conference of Parties 26 in November 2021 by the USA and the European Union. Its aim is to reduce global methane emissions from 2020 levels by 30% by 2030. This global goal includes all industrial sectors. We will focus today specifically on the methane emissions from the MRP signatory nations from the agricultural sector. Within the agricultural sector, we will focus primarily on the three largest emitters of methane: enteric fermentation from ruminant livestock, such as dairy and beef cattle, rice cultivation, and manure management. This project collected data from various sources in an attempt to analyze the quantitative feasibility of the MRP. CH4 and non-CO2 emissions data were collected from the IPCC 6 report, as well as the US EPA database provided by the Global Methane Initiative. The temperature pathway tool from the Climate and Clean Air Coalition was used to obtain global temperature data, and the NDC mitigation and finance data was provided by the CCAFS subsector database, as found in Rose et al. In order to understand the need for the MRP, we must first determine the current levels of CH4 and their comparison to CO2. We note in the top two charts, the 4-decade rise in CO2 measured in parts per million. This data, provided by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, shows the current CO2 levels as of 2020 are 414 parts per million. Noting the bottom two charts, that CH4 is measured in parts per billion. Methane is significantly less abundant in the atmosphere at 1,891 parts per billion as of 2020. However, due to the longer half-life of methane, CH4 is roughly 25 times more effective as a greenhouse gas. While atmospheric methane is measured in parts per billion, methane emissions are measured in the millions of tons of CO2 equivalent, as we will soon observe. Here we observe the total CH4 emissions by industrial sector. This graph provided by NASA Earth Observatory indicates the levels of emissions from each CH4 emitting sector. We note that 41% of atmospheric methane emissions can be attributed to agricultural activities. The largest emitter of CH4 within the agricultural sector is enteric fermentation from ruminant livestock. Rumens, defined by their unique digestive system that use microbes within the multiple stomachs to break down forage to produce energy, emit CH4 as their byproduct. Ruminant livestock account for roughly 62% of agri-related CH4 emissions. Important to note that the US EPA projects a 10% increase in methane emissions globally between 2015 and 2030 from ruminant livestock, amounting to an additional 300 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Globally, rice paddy fields account for between 25 and 170 million tons of CO2 equivalent annually. However, approximately 3.5 billion people consume 20% of their total calories from rice. The volume of rice produced globally, both in volume, 520 million metric tons, and 164 million hectares of rice paddy, present a challenge for scaling greenhouse gas mitigation. It is estimated that 40% of the world's nations have some potential for greenhouse gas mitigation through rice cultivation mitigation strategies. However, of that 40%, only 24% have mentioned rice emissions mitigation in their updated 2021 NDCs. Here we note the top 5 global emitters in agromethane. In the second column, we see the levels of CH4 emissions in millions of tons of CO2 equivalent in 2020. The third column presents the percentage of that nation's agromethane emissions in comparison to all other nations. The top 2 agro-emitting nations, China and India, account for over 16% of global agromethane emissions. The next 3, Brazil, the United States, and Pakistan, account for an accumulative that is just shy of 12%. The top 5 emitters being responsible for over 28% of all global agromethane emissions. Important to note that the top 2 agromethane emitters are not signatories of the MRP. With data collected from the Global Methane Initiative, we are able to compile the sectoral emissions of the 112 methane reduction pledge nations. Here we observe, for example, the CH4 emissions from the African region MRP nations. Blue on the chart indicates CH4 emissions from rice cultivation, whereas orange indicates enteric fermentation emissions and gray emissions from manure management. Significant enteric fermentation emissions from nations like Ethiopia and Nigeria, however, with small rice cultivation emissions from Nigeria and Mali. In contrast, we observe CH4 emissions from MRP nations in the Asian region, where the majority of ag-related CH4 emissions in countries like the Philippines or Vietnam are from rice cultivation. Of the 112 MRP nations, 11 have included mitigating strategies specifically for agromethane in their updated 2021 NDCs. However, with only about 60% of global methane emissions represented by MRP signatories, achieving a 30% global reduction will be difficult. If the MRP is to be considered a success, it is paramount that more nations sign the pledge and commit to a monetary figure to be dedicated towards agromethane emissions reduction in their NDCs. I would like to thank Charles Spillane and Peter McGowan from the University of Galway, as well as a special thanks to Bjorn Sander, Catherine Nelson, and Trang Hu from the International Rice Research Institute. Thank you everyone for watching. That concludes my presentation.
Hello everyone. My name is Tinashe Mashisha and I'm from Zimbabwe. My presentation is on yield gains from hybrid rice varieties generates lower emission per unit product than inbred line varieties. This research was done in collaboration with the International Rice Research Institute. The presentation is divided into 4 sections, that is the background, methodology, results, and conclusion. Rice is the world's second most widely cultivated cereal crop, and it is an important staple food for more than 3 billion people. Rice fields are one of the most significant agricultural sources of atmospheric methane and nitrous oxide. While rice has a significant economic, social, and food security benefits, there are valid concerns about increasing production area of rice, which would result in higher emission. Rice production contributes to about 493 to 723 megaton carbon dioxide equivalent per year. Breeding of rice varieties with high yields and lower greenhouse gas emissions is essential for increasing food production, at the same time minimizing climate impacts. From a sustainable intensification perspective, the breeding of high-yielding varieties provides a route to reducing emissions per unit product. The study was guided by the following objectives: determine whether hybrid versus inbred rice varieties emit different amount of greenhouse gases. determine whether crop establishment techniques effects on methane and nitrous oxide emission. Investigate whether rice breeding and genetics provide routes to the development of rice varieties with lower emissions footprints. I would like to give you an overview of the research methods. In this research, we used field experiments done under randomized complete block design with 3 replicate plots for each genotype. This was done at Biocrop Science Station in the Philippines. Gas samples from all plots were collected once a week in the morning using a closed chamber approach. Samples were analyzed using a gas chromatography. Data was analyzed using the analysis of variance ANOVA, the Pearson coloration analysis, and the Duncan multiple range test. I will now go on to discuss the main results of the study. In our study, we demonstrate that F1 hybrids and inbreed varieties have comparable nitrous oxide emission per unit area. Our study reveals no significant differences in nitrous emissions between the hybrid versus inbreed rice varieties. High yield grains are associated with low methane emissions. Inbreed variety is a low grain and produce high emissions per grain yield. In our study, we demonstrate that direct seeding has higher methane emissions compared to transplanting. The direct seeding treatment shows higher methane emissions in the middle of the season compared to transplanting treatments, and also has the highest total seasonal methane emissions. Our study indicates a higher nitrous oxide concentration released from direct seeding compared to transplanting. The development of high-yielding varieties is a valid approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from rice per unit product generated. The main breeding advantages for emission reductions arises from yield increase. Also, the development of rice genotypes that deliver high yields while having a reduced emission footprint per unit product is a valid approach for emissions mitigations from rice systems. The main takeaways from this research are: multiple strategies are needed to reduce emissions from rice farming systems, including breeding and agronomic approaches. In our study, while we did not find any significant differences in greenhouse gas emissions per unit area of methane and nitrous oxides, there was a significant difference per unit product. We also found major differences in the emission footprints of different seeding techniques, where transplanting of rice led to lower emissions than direct seeding. Breeding programs that emphasize climate change mitigation, particularly lower methane and nitrous oxide emissions, are a viable option for concurrently achieving food security and emission targets. I'm grateful to my supervisors at NYG, that is Professor Charles Spillen, Dr. Peter McCoy, and Mr. Noenglove. Gratitude is extended to Dr. Olesander and Dr. Ryan Watson. A big thank you to the IFIAD for funding my studies. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks very much, Tinashe and Kevin. That's really wonderful. So at this point in the conference, we have another invited speaker. We have Bertha Kasonda, who's based with us here at the Ryan Institute at the University of Galway. Bertha is working with the Global Research Alliance for Agricultural Greenhouse Gases, which is supported by the Ryan Institute. Particularly, our support is provided towards the Cliff Grads PhD Fellowship Programme. So Bertha is going to give us a really good overview of what the Global Research Alliance for Agricultural Greenhouse Gases is, and in particular, focusing in on the Cliff Grads PhD Fellowship Programme, which is a wonderful opportunity for PhD students from developing countries to gain experience in relation to research on agricultural greenhouse gases. So over to you, Bertha, and thanks so much for joining us today.
Hello, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for having me at this year's MScCCAFS annual conference. My name is Kasonda Betha, and I'm delighted to present on the Climate, Food and Farming Global Research Alliance Development Scholarships, which is the Cliff Grads program under the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gases. Before I delve into the main parts of my presentation, I would like to give an overview of the GRA. And so the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gases was established in 2009, and it has a current membership of 66 member countries with 24 partner organizations. One of the partner organizations is the University of Galway, where I'm currently based in the Republic of Ireland. And the main objective for the GRA is to produce more food whilst reducing the amount of agricultural greenhouse gases. And it has so established 4 research groups that focuses mostly on paddy, rice, livestock, cropland, as well as integrative. And so far it has held 40 technical training workshops that have culminated into 23 technical guidelines, resource materials, as well as databases. And the GRA collaborates with other international partners such as the World Bank, FARA, and in so doing, the partner organizations engage to contribute to the expertise and evidence-based research in agricultural greenhouse gases, and also accelerate the global action to addressing these emissions. And one of the flagship programs under the GRA is the Cliff Grads program, which is a research program, an initiative of the GRA and Mitigate Plus that supports students, PhD students from developing countries to undertake a research stay of up to 6 months in a host institution that is affiliated with the GRA. And this is done so to help early career scientists from developing countries to build on skills and have access to some of the facilities as well as tools that they may not primarily obtain in their countries. And our main areas of focus include all agricultural subsectors, farm emissions, as well as food losses and waste emissions. And so when we receive most of the applications, we subject them to a rigorous process so that we can get the best of the best in each particular field. And we also see to it that 50% of the fellowships grant is awarded to women in support of women empowerment. The funding for the Cliff Grads program comes from the government of New Zealand through the Ministry of Primary Industries and the CGIAR Trust Fund through Mitigate Plus. And so far we've had 4 rounds of applications since 2017, and we have had a student from round 2 here who was hosted by the Netherlands in 2019, who undertook a Cliff Grads project titled Assessing the Impacts of Land Use Change Scenarios on Soil Organic Carbon Stocks. And so we see that the Cliff Grads program ensures that all the research the research is conducted in line with measurements, modeling, and mitigation of agricultural greenhouse gases. This is so to help on building on or improving data on mitigation of emissions from the agricultural sector. And the journey continues for the Cliff Grass program, and we are very proud of the partnerships that have come forth in terms of the Research Stay Institutes and the scientists as well as the students in forming partnerships in working towards reducing agricultural emissions. And so far we've had a total of 172 students from 45 developing countries undertake their research stay through the Cliff Grass program of the GRA. And some of the outcomes that we've seen so far through this program are the collaborations that take place, just like I've mentioned, between the scientists from the research organizations as well as the students. We also foster partnerships within or among the students. And so we have a system called the buddy system, where we pair students from previous rounds to collaborate with students from more recent rounds and work together in projects that fosters or pushes the agenda of the Cliff Grass programs and the GRA in all. And we also hold a series of webinars around the year, and we invite different people to speak to the Cliff Grass program, to the students rather, as well as the global village in some of the topics that surround the agriculture emissions, and some of these works have been published, and we ensure that whatever is published or presented during the Cliff Grass program or fellowship acknowledges the work of the GRA or acknowledges the support that has been rendered. And we ensure that the host institutions as well are also acknowledged in these publications, including other donors. And so we continue to receive we continue to receive an interest from the general public, especially PhD students. Feel free to visit our website, the GRA, which is the GRA website, on some of the other opportunities that we have other than the Cliff Grass program. We are also able to receive emails. Should you have queries regarding the program, we'll be happy to respond to you through the Cliff Grass at globalresearchalliance.org. It was a pleasure to have had me here to share on the Cliff Grass program, and I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for the MScCCAFS this year. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, and welcome back. Welcome to this session 9 of this year's MScCCAFS Student Conference. In this session, we have 2 more great talks. First, Emily Rehberger, who will be talking about her work on an evidence-based review of the potential benefits of regenerative agriculture, a very timely topic. And then Dylan Zelonko, who will be talking about the potential for pearl millet as a solution to food security issues in the West African Sahel. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Emily Rehberger, and my research project is on the climate and environmental benefits of regenerative agriculture practices, with support from my partner organization, Project Drawdown. I'd like to begin by discussing how regenerative agriculture is defined. Despite the fact that there's been a large increase in the number of publications discussing regenerative agriculture from 2015 on, there is no set agreed upon definition. This diagram comes from a review of studies on regenerative agriculture by Schriefel et al. In an attempt to look at how it is frequently defined. As you can see from the way the diagram is divided, it's frequently defined by either the activities involved in regenerative agriculture or the objectives that it aims to achieve. Some commonly mentioned practices include minimizing the use of external inputs, mixed farming, minimizing tillage, crop rotation, the use of manure and compost, the use of perennials, and more. The most common objectives focus on improvements for the planet or soil, such as regenerating the system, improving soil health, increasing soil carbon levels, and improving biodiversity. Some papers also discuss intended objectives such as improved human health and economic outcomes as well. Why is regenerative agriculture becoming more commonly discussed as an important agricultural and environmental strategy? As we know, agriculture occupies 40% of global land area and is a major driver of terrestrial biodiversity loss. Food systems are also a major source of global emissions, accounting for between 10.8 and 19.1 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. Historical soil organic carbon loss is estimated to be between 55 and 78 gigatons, meaning that globally, soils represent a sizable potential carbon sink. All of these problems, such as climate change, land degradation, and biodiversity loss, are all interconnected through feedback loops, as you can see in this diagram from the Global Land Outlook report from the UNCCD. And regenerative agriculture aims to address these issues by reducing agricultural emissions, increasing soil organic carbon, and promoting biodiversity. For this project, I reviewed meta-analyses and studies focusing on 7 different farming practices, including no or reduced till, cover cropping, crop rotation, the reduced use of external inputs such as chemical fertilizers and instead the use of organic amendments, including manure and compost, increased use of perennials in agroforestry, crop and livestock integration, and managed grazing. And this review focuses mainly on how these practices affect soil organic carbon levels. I also reviewed studies from regenerative farming systems to look at the outcome when multiple of these practices are implemented at once. And while the focus is on soil organic carbon levels, other potential environmental benefits are also discussed, including soil health and biodiversity. The studies and meta-analyses reviewed indicate that each of these individual farming practices has the potential to contribute to the accumulation of soil organic carbon. The results range from a non-significant increase, which is indicated by a 0 value on this graph here, and as high as 3 micrograms of carbon per hectare per year. It's also notable that every practice reviewed had a previous study that found an increase in soil organic carbon, and none of the studies reviewed indicated that these practices would decrease soil organic carbon. As you can see on the graph here, for each one of these practices, there was a range of values found. And often the differences in these data points is indicative of a difference in management strategy. So for example, no-till would tend to increase soil organic carbon more than reduced till, or a cover crop mix would tend to increase soil organic carbon more than a monoculture cover crop. These studies from regenerative farming systems indicate that regenerative practices that are implemented simultaneously also have the potential to raise soil organic carbon levels and provide other benefits as well. The graphs here are from a study comparing conventional and regenerative almond orchards. And in this study, Fenster et al. Created a regenerative matrix score. The more regenerative practices used contributed to a higher score on the matrix. So as you can see from the graphs, the more regenerative the orchards, the higher the Haney soil health test scores, the higher the invertebrate diversity, and the higher the soil carbon levels. This study also compared conventional and regenerative cornfields and conventional and regenerative pastures as well, and found similar results. And none of the results reached an asymptote, which is also worth noting. And what that means is that the higher the regenerative matrix score, you saw improvements with biodiversity and soil health and soil carbon levels that continued to increase without plateauing. It's also worth mentioning that in addition to increasing soil organic carbon, there are other mitigation benefits to these regenerative practices as well, such as by disusing nitrogen fertilizers and pesticides, you would reduce emissions there. And there's also carbon sequestration benefits from increased biomass with practices like agroforestry and cover cropping. It is important to mention that the sequestration potential of soils depends on how the soils have previously been managed and the soil type. Soils that have been intensively managed tend to have lost a lot of soil carbon over time, as you can see in this graph, and therefore have a higher potential for an increase in carbon levels through the use of improved management practices. Some soil types, such as sandy soils or soils that already naturally have a high carbon content, such as peat soils, would have a much lower potential for sequestration. And in this map from Zomer et al., you can see one scenario for soil organic carbon increases on cropland globally. And you can see the importance of regions such as the United States, Europe, and India that have been intensively cultivated historically. By increasing soil organic carbon levels, regenerative practices can also provide other environmental and adaptation benefits as well. Soil organic carbon is important for maintaining soil aggregate stability, lowering soil bulk density, improving water infiltration and water holding capacity, and reducing erosion and reducing nutrient loss. All of these traits make soils more resilient to extreme weather events such as droughts and floods, meaning that if a regenerative practice is able to increase soil organic carbon levels, that it may be an important adaptation strategy as well. And we've already seen some evidence of this. So during the 2012 Iowa drought, no-till cornfields had yield rates that were more than twice as high as conventionally tilled fields. There are a few factors that must be considered that can limit the sequestration potential of regenerative agriculture, however. One is the idea that soils have a carbon saturation point, meaning they won't keep taking up carbon indefinitely. So the goal of regenerative agriculture should be to raise carbon levels up to a certain point, and then to continue to use those soil management strategies to maintain that soil carbon level. There's also a question about the permanence of soil carbon sequestration. Some soil management strategies are largely causing an increase in labile carbon, which has a high turnover rate, meaning that carbon could re-enter the atmosphere, as opposed to recalcitrant carbon, which is more stable. And lastly, there are some debates about the sequestration potential of regenerative agriculture as it relates to yield. The concern is that if regenerative practices result in a decline in yield, that could lead to the conversion of more land for agricultural use over time, which would offset any mitigation potential. In conclusion, regenerative agriculture can raise soil organic carbon, which both mitigates emissions and improves soil quality. But more studies are needed to assess the rate of soil carbon sequestration when multiple regenerative practices are implemented at once, with specific attention being paid to yields, the permanence of the carbon sequestration, and the carbon saturation point. I'd like to say thank you to my NUI supervisors, Dr. Peter McKeown and Professor Charles Spillane, as well as Paul West from Project Drawdown for their input into this project. And thank you to my CCAFS colleagues as well. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dylan Solanco, and thank you for viewing our student research presentations. I know my fellow CCAFS students have been working tirelessly over these last few months to synthesize their data, to submit their thesis, and now share our work with the global community. The title of my research is Viability of Pearl Millet as a Climate Resilient and Nutritious Cereal in the West African Sahel. I think it's best to begin my presentation with a geographical review to ensure we all have an understanding of where the West African Sahel is located on the continent. The Sahel region divides the Sahara Desert to the north and the Sudanian savanna in the south. The West African Sahel is a semi-arid region that stretches from the Atlantic Ocean coast of Senegal and Mauritania eastward to the nation of Chad. The region includes several nations, which are the focus of my research. These include Senegal, Mauritania, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Nigeria, particularly the northern portion of the country. Food and nutrition insecurity remains a major challenge across the West African Sahel and its population of 135 million people. In a region-targeted report, the Food Security and Nutrition Working Group, currently co-chaired by the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Climate Prediction and Application Center, and the FAO, stated that after 3 years of continuous declines, most nations which encompass the West African Sahel are enduring the worst food and nutrition crisis in a decade. 30 million people are experiencing acute food and nutrition insecurity and are currently living in areas designated by the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, the IPC, as phases 3 and 4. Phase 3 is a crisis phase, and phase 4 is an emergency phase. These phases are characterized by acute malnutrition and the selling of essential assets in order to purchase food and non-food essentials. In 2022, over 12 million cases of global acute malnutrition, also known as wasting, were projected for children under 5. Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Mauritania, Senegal, and Chad are countries that are most severely affected. In 2022, the global acute malnutrition cases in the West African Sahel reached a record high level for the 5th consecutive year, with current figures representing a 27% increase compared to 2021 and a 62% increase when compared to 2018 levels. The West African Sahel has a challenging climate for agriculture production. Currently, rates of annual precipitation across the region are scarce, amounting to 300 to 500 millimeters, but rates of precipitation also vary from year to year, causing drought and occasionally flooding. Maximum temperatures are often higher than 42 degrees Celsius. The soils across the West African Sahel are generally poor in nutrients, especially phosphorus and nitrogen, but pearl millet shows an ability to survive and produce reliable yields despite unfavorable soil and climate conditions across the region. However, can pearl millet continue to be a food and feed crop that truly corresponds to the arid conditions of the environment and also to the traditional food pathways of the West African Sahel? For my research, I conducted a systematic review on the current state of pearl millet in the food systems of the West African Sahel, with an emphasis on the cultural and nutritional relevance of the crop, the current cropping systems across the West African Sahel, varieties of pearl millet, threats to production, future scenarios for continued production under near-term climate challenges, and also recommendations for arid agriculture research institutes to implement to help improve production of pearl millet across the West African Sahel. Due to finite amount of time, this presentation will attempt to briefly summarize the noteworthy findings of my systematic review. Over the past decades, productions of millets, which are an annual warm weather cereal category, which includes multiple seed grasses, species like pearl millet, finger millet, and fonio, these have all drastically increased across Africa. This is especially true across West Africa, where it is considered to be of major importance in 17 countries. 1/3 of the world's millet is grown in Africa, with about 70% of African millet being produced in West Africa. Niger, Nigeria, Mali, Senegal, Burkina Faso are the largest producers of pearl millet in the West African Sahel. Pearl millet is harvested on over 14 million hectares across the region and accounts for 19% of the cultivated area used for cereal grain production. Pearl millet is an important crop in the arid West African Sahel, contributing to both rural food security and livelihood stability by serving as a highly nutritious cereal grain and income generating commodity for small-scale farmers. Average yields vary across the region due to a number of factors, including climate, production practices, and economic conditions. The primary purpose for growing pearl millet grain in the West African Sahel is for human consumption. However, the leaves and stalks, which are also known as stover, provide value as a livestock feed, but also cooking and heating fuel, and can also be used as building construction materials. While pearl millet yields in the West African Sahel are relatively low compared to other global cereals, we're looking at an average of 450 to 650 kilograms per hectare. This aspect of their production is offset by the crop's ability to survive and produce reliable yields despite unfavorable soil and climate conditions across the very arid West African Sahel region. So pearl millet is produced both as a sole monocrop, but it is also intercrop with other common nutritional staple crops of the West African Sahel region. These crops include groundnut, sorghum, maize, and cowpea. Intercropping with less resource competitive crops like early maturing cowpea cultivars help to minimize the risk of yield loss in pearl millet production. Cowpeas are often planted following the sowing of pearl millet, and this is generally 2 to 6 weeks after the planting of the pearl millet crop. Cowpea is utilized for grain and stover as well, but is considered of secondary importance to pearl millet production. Pearl millet will mature before cowpea, leaving the plant to utilize the remaining soil moisture or late season rainfall to help produce an adequate yield. Pearl millet is also grown in agroforestry systems with the leguminous tree Faidherbia albida, Vitelleria paradoxa, and Parkia biglobosa. These leguminous tree species have long served as an important component of Sahelian agriculture in the cropping systems of Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad, Sudan, and Ethiopia, and also in parts of northern Ghana, northern Nigeria, and northern Cameroon. In some studies, yields of pearl millet were substantially higher in production systems when they were intercrop with Faidherbia albida, and these yield increases saw rates of there were yield increases there were increases in yields that range from 30%, 36% to 169% compared to those fields without leguminous trees. Pearl millet grain is nutritionally equivalent or superior to most common global cereals. The consumed grain is rich in protein, iron, zinc, magnesium, calcium, phosphorus, copper, manganese, riboflavin, and folic acid. Pearl millet offers a nutritional content which matches or exceeds many of the other common cereals in relation to fiber, calcium, and iron content per 100 grams of grain. It offers between 3 and 122% more fiber than rice, wheat, and sorghum. Its calcium content nearly matches that of sorghum. It is comparable to wheat, and it far exceeds that of rice. Pearl millet's impressive iron content exceeds that of rice, wheat, and sorghum. As a nutrient-dense cereal grain, pearl millet is likely to continue to serve as a vital crop for bolstering food security and combating malnutrition in the harsh climate of the West African Sahel region. So since 2006, the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, the acronym there is ICRISAT, along with partnering national and academic agricultural research institutes across the West African Sahel, have worked to develop a diverse and accessible Striga-resistant pearl millet gene pool. As you can see here in my presentation, Striga is a parasitic weed and offers the most significant threat to pearl millet production across the West African Sahel. The primary cultivated gene pool of pearl millet can be subject to recurrent selection to target crops with Striga resistance, high panicle yield, and to a lesser extent, resistance to another pearl millet pathogen, which is known as downy mildew, and that is the most damaging pathogen that is known for pearl millet production. Improved pearl millet cultivars also show promise in increasing the crop's value as livestock fodder through benefits such as pest and pathogen resistance, weight gain performance, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. The main feed resources for the 173 million ruminants across the West African Sahel are pastures and crop residues. Now, in the region, crop residues mainly include cereals such as millet and sorghum, but they also contain legumes such as cowpea and groundnut residues. So through increased mechanization using regionally produced machinery, microdosing applications of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, or NPK fertilizers, intensification of cereal legume intercropping systems, and widespread distribution of Striga and pathogen-resistant hybrid seeds, pearl millet production systems can produce higher and more reliable yields in the West African Sahel. Currently, NPK fertilizer use is low in sub-Saharan Africa and does not generally surpass a rate of 6 to 7 kilograms per hectare compared to fertilizer use in developing countries where the average is nearly 100 kilograms per hectare. Testing of pearl millet's response to nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizer application has shown great promise in boosting pearl millet yields through increasing rates of fertilizer application. However, those increasing rates do not have to be too much, thus the need for practicing microdosing. In a 2020 study based in Niger, a Mali manufactured multi-cultivator tool was utilized for pearl millet seeding and weeding. Mechanized operation cut the average sowing and weeding time to 20.3 hours per hectare, representing a significant labor hour reduction from the 70.2 hours per hectare that we're seeing in manual operations. Practices like crop rotation, intercropping, and agroforestry increase biodiversity, improve soil fertility, and can curb yield loss from pests and pathogens, ultimately producing higher yields in pearl millet production across the region. Wider research and dissemination of pest and pathogen-resistant pearl millet gene pool leads to the breeding of cultivars and landraces with improved striga and downy mildew control in pearl millet production across the West African Sahel. So in conclusion, the international agriculture research organizations such as IFIAD play an important role in collection, conservation, and sharing of germplasm of dryland crops, but also their wild relatives, which are very important for the research and development of hybrids as well. As custodians of the world's largest pearl millet gene bank, IFIAD plays an important role in working collaboratively with West African Sahel national breeding programs and also smallholder farmers in their pearl millet research and innovation efforts. To build more resilient systems of pearl millet production, there are opportunities for increased efforts in relation to participatory approaches with smallholders and rural communities to improve and co-create knowledge on how smallholder farmers approach drought preparation and household food insecurity, promoting the scaling of leguminous tree, intercrop, and livestock farming systems, which can provide multiple benefits such as increased yields of pearl millet straw residues and stover, while also improving the nutrient content and fertility of soils across the West African Sahel. Improving smallholder farmers' access to capital needed to help them effectively purchase and microdose nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizers. Again, that acronym is NPK. Improving smallholder farmers' access to mechanized equipment and farm tools, which can boost yields and reduce farm labor. Also pursuing policy and institutional research on pearl millet commodity markets and seed systems across the West African Sahel. Ensuring that ensuring regional seed companies can more effectively retail and deliver improved pearl millet seeds to smallholder farmers, and also addressing the acute food insecurity problems in the West African Sahel by creating crisis mitigation programs such as grain, fodder, and seed banks and emergency food reserves across the West African Sahel. This must be prioritized just considering the current and ongoing food security crisis across the region. So thank you to Peter McEwen, Charles Spillane, and Paul Wagstaff at Self-Help Africa, but also a huge thank you to my fellow CCAFS colleagues. I very much look forward to seeing the impact each of you make in your professional careers at the intersection of climate change, agriculture, and food security. Thank you so much.
My name is Liz Coleman, and I'm a member of the MScCCAFS Programme Committee at the University of Galway. In this session, we're looking at innovative and creative methods of advancing climate communication and literacy for sustainable futures. So it has been recognised that there's a need for innovation in climate communication. Dr. Thelma Krug, who's the Vice Chair of the IPCC, said that the organisation could explore storytelling techniques and stress the importance of listening, dialogue, and conversation in communicating the findings of the IPCC to all stakeholders, from the public right up to international policymakers. So this kind of communication goes beyond traditional science and policy dissemination and works in a way that resonates with people to stimulate the type of action that we need to see for the wide-scale behaviour change necessary for us to transition to a low-emission and climate-resilient world. So this session here is very exciting, where we see projects that include people working with communities to meet their unique needs and using the arts and technology for effective engagement with climate action. So the first talk in the session will be by Adelina Kaila, and is in the topic of embedding climate literacy for climate action and empowerment in the school system of climate vulnerable low-lying island states. Then the second talk is by Kate Joyce on mobilizing music as a communication channel for global climate action. And finally, we will have Margaret Mollel on digital technologies to accelerate the impact of climate smart agriculture by next generation farmers in sub-Africa. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to present my research thesis, which based on the importance of embedding climate literacy for climate action and empowerment in the school system of climate vulnerable low-lying states in the Pacific. I will start with the introduction to the topic, which I have stated earlier, and let me read it again. Embedding of climate literacy for climate action and empowerment in the school system of climate vulnerable low-lying states in the Pacific. I will continue on to the research methods and materials, and to the research findings, and lastly, to the conclusions and an acknowledgement. It is a fact that climate change is the most urgent issue that faces the world nowadays, and it is inarguably that Pacific Islands are among the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change and its impact. One of the significances of addressing climate change and its impact is through climate change education. This research looked at how climate literacy can be embedded and be empowered in the school curriculum in the Pacific. This picture says it all. There's a need to educate our children of today, equipping them with knowledge so that they can contribute their time and effort, and for them to pass on to the next generation in promoting climate literacy so that everyone feels that they have responsibilities in mitigating the effect of climate change. Our future is in our own hands. Since that this is an educational research channel, I collected most of my information by using Google Scholar and some from the JSTOR. From the research findings, there are challenges and problems which face with the development of climate change curricula in the Pacific. These pictures clearly show the consequences of climate change in the Pacific due to the geographical locations of the Pacific small states. In picture A, it shows the consequences of sea level rise, include increased damage to coastal areas in the Kiribati Islands. In picture B, it shows the flood in Fiji in different areas, which lead to destruction of crops, damage of properties, loss of livestock, and the deterioration of health conditions owing to waterborne diseases. Picture C depicts the tropical cyclones which hit Tonga almost every year, which cause materials damage and significant impact on life. Here is a table that shows how climate change curriculum implemented in 3 of these Pacific islands that I chose to base my findings on, which is Tonga, Fiji, and Kiribati. These small island states were selected from each of the 3 main groups of the Pacific based on their physical geography, local inhabitants, and location. Tonga represents Polynesia, Kiribati represents Melanesia, and Fiji represents the Micronesian group. In Tonga, the climate change does not fully integrate in the curriculum. Thus, it is partly taught in different subjects, such as science and geography. In Fiji, climate change is also partially integrated in its curriculum. It has been added to science and geography subjects at secondary level only. However, in Kiribati, climate change is fully integrated into primary, secondary, and tertiary education level. There are 3 main challenges that the development of climate change education faces in these Pacific countries. Firstly, is the cultural analysis of curriculum development. Pacific Islands curricula rely heavily on foreign experts or consultancies in terms of writing and reviewing the curriculum. There's a lack of cultural awareness in curriculum development in small Pacific Island countries as a barrier to integrating climate change into the curriculum. This is due to the contrast between traditional models of education and the prevailing Western ideologies which have been adopted by these Pacific countries. As a result, curriculum development is not influenced by the type of things that valued by Pacific people and that shape their thinking. The second challenge is about some teachers-related issues, such as there's a lack of teachers' knowledge and skills about climate change. And the last challenge is the lack of curriculum, resources, and materials. In the Pacific region, the availability of resources is insufficient, both in quantity and quality. In order for a successful curriculum design and process, it depends on the availability of resources. Fortunately, there are various agencies that have played a supporting role in providing funds and technical advices for resource, materials, and address mitigation and adaptation of climate change, such as PATVET, which is the Pacific Association of Technical and Vocational Education and Training, and PREL, which is the Pacific Resources for Education and Learning. In this diagram, it illustrates the importance of teaching and learning, and empowerment of climate literacy, and the role of education in addressing climate change, and how they interlink to each other. Pedagogical skills and resources should always be ready and be effective in teaching and learning in order to make the role of education function effectively. Teaching and learning should also be done accordingly in the Pacific low-lying school system in order to empower the climate literacy. And the role of education in addressing climate change should promote climate adaptation and mitigation for resilience in the Pacific in order to empower climate literacy. In conclusion, there is no strong curriculum policy mandating in teaching climate change in Pacific school system. In order to embed climate literacy in all levels of education, it should be started from teaching in early childhood throughout to tertiary education level. Educators have lack of knowledge and skills in terms of teaching climate change. What can be done in order to move forward with this teacher-related issue? To design and implement an effective climate change adaptation education program, teachers need to develop a more extensive knowledge based particularly on climate change in the context of their subject specializations. Teachers need to acquire new skills, new knowledge, and adapt their attitude. It is also required to develop new educational resources to promote climate change education. Last but not the least, the only effective way to teach climate change in the Pacific schools is to write the curriculum based on traditional knowledge. There is a hidden treasure hidden in the Pacific, which is known as the traditional knowledge. It is vital to write the school curriculum based on traditional knowledge, which can be passed from generation to generation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kate Joyce, and I am presenting my project Mobilising Music as Communication Channel for Climate Change, along with NUI Galway as part of the MScCCAFS course. So why can music be a communication channel for climate change? Well, firstly, it can reach people emotionally, which ultimately inspires people to take action. And I'll talk a bit more about that later. It can increase empathy, and music combined with empathy can actually shift our cultural attitudes. It can influence human behavior and beliefs. Music psychology research has actually shown that music plays a role in influencing our beliefs and behaviors surrounding the climate crisis. It can inspire action without demotivating. So again, the subject of climate change can demotivate people, but music has that inspiring element here. It has benefits such as the improvement of memory and increasing the rate of healing, as well as the improvement of workouts. So here is just a mind map of how music can be useful as a communication channel. There are some other examples here that haven't been mentioned yet, such as music being a key component in social movements. Music can teach people about renewable energy. It is essential to human survival and development, and it can deliver climate-related messages in an enjoyable manner. Overall, music is a powerful tool to communicate to communities the impacts of climate change. So a bit of background to show how music has presented as effective in this type of communication. Firstly, on Friday, 20 September 2019, the students at Berklee College of Music in Boston took part in a global climate strike by using their voices and performing songs to spread a message. In a cattle ranching study, the effectiveness of a music-based intervention is tested and proven as a successful means of communicating that cattle ranching is a more environmentally friendly way of rearing cattle. Music psychology research has offered evidence that music could influence our beliefs and behaviors. For example, specific genres of music can have an influence on a person's style or fashion sense. And finally, music is also a key component in social movements. For example, in the civil rights movement, the songs helped to achieve the goals of that movement. Music can influence human behaviors and beliefs. So again, certain genres can influence our style and fashion choices. The power of music can influence our thoughts, emotions, actions, and well-being because it can move people emotionally and can regulate our mood. Music increases empathy, which is important when it comes to engaging with the impacts of the climate crisis. And it also improves the rate of healing and our memory function. So there are plenty of benefits to be reaped from the power of music in solving the world's problems. Climate change was caused by human behavior and can be reversed in the same way. Music can inspire action without motivating. Music has the ability to reach people emotionally. It is used in contemporary social movements like the civil rights movement, which featured the song "We Shall Overcome." This song supported the goals, and the lyrics of the song suggest overcoming racism, while also creating a sense of hope. And music inspires emotions, and it helps people to express themselves, which is essential to tackle the problem that is not readily accepted by the human population. Music plays an important role in transitioning towards a sustainable culture. So our current system is not a sustainable one, and there is a need for a cultural shift. Music is essential for human survival and development. It can create a foundation for building a sustainable culture. It is used to communicate methods to adapt and mitigate for sustainability, such as the use of renewable energy. And it can also communicate the issues of climate change. Voices of musicians and artists are also essential for the sustainability movement. And a culture of sustainability means to move away from an object-centered consciousness and nature-culture division, and towards one where culture and biology are not two separate things. Music helps to bring these two together. So to conclude, climate change is one of the biggest threats to the planet and has been throughout the 21st century. There are many challenges and struggles in relation to communicating the issues of climate change to the public. Music should not be dismissed as a potential means of communication of the issues revolving around the climate crisis. And finally, music has already proven effective in reaching people emotionally, and also it is already being written and performed with the idea of addressing the climate crisis behind it. So thank you for listening. I would just like to thank my supervisors, Professor Charles Spillane, Dr. Peter McKeown, Dr. Una Murray, and Jeremiah Spillane, as well as NUI Galway. Thank you all very much.
Hi everyone, I am Margaret Molan, the MScCCAFS student at the National University of Ireland, Galway. I'm here to present my research findings on the topic titled Digital Technologies to Accelerate the Impact of Climate Smart Agriculture by Next Generation Farmers, and this is the case of Sub-Saharan Africa. This presentation will focus on 4 parts. The first one is introduction, methodology, research findings, and the conclusion. To start with the introduction, I will take you through the potential of digital technologies for scaling climate smart agriculture and the adoption of digital technologies for scaling climate smart agriculture enhance agricultural productivity, food security, and livelihood improvement across the rural farmers in Sub-Saharan Africa. However, the challenge with scaling of CSA practices is the use of digital technologies. And in order to reach many farmers with CSA practices, it requires the use of digital technologies. These technologies are not limited to the internet, social platforms, digital devices such as mobile phones, televisions, and other online portals. Climate-smart agriculture interventions have the potential for tackling climate change and agricultural challenges. Some of the approaches that are needed to scaling climate-smart agriculture include the following. The first one is the use of peer-to-peer training, and this facilitates the dissemination of knowledge across a diverse group of farmers. Another approach is the use of YouTube channels. These ones have been identified as potential learning platforms for farmers to gain access to training. Another approach is the use of mobile applications, and these applications facilitate relevant services such as access to transactions, marketing, and weather updates. The use of localized climate-smart agriculture training material is very important because this can be easily adopted and understood by many smallholder farmers. But lastly, scaling advisory and extension services can help reach many farmers with CSA practices. Research methods that were used in this project include the three aspects. The first one is assess the impact of digital technologies in advancing climate-smart agriculture outcomes. I then compared and contrasted the outcomes on different digital technologies. And lastly, I explored the extent to which technologies played impactful role in scaling up different practices among rural farmers. Some of the research findings from this research are not limited to the following. The first one is that the rate of adoption of digital technologies is substantially increasing across the region. And it has been observed that population of internet users and social media users in the region has increased substantially over the years, as seen on the graph. However, Sub-Saharan Africa records the highest percent of feature phone connections. And another digital technology that was recently adopted is the use of 5G connections. And this was adopted in 2020, although most of the smartphones still use the 3G connections. Another finding is the digital divide, that there's dynamic status of digital divide in the region. And despite an increase in mobile and internet adoption, the coverage expansion is still low, as shown on the graph. And in 2020, it's only 28% of Sub-Saharan Africa that had internet connection. And according to GSMA, nearly 800 million people in the region were still not connected to the mobile internet in 2020. And another challenge is the cost of internet and handsets are still low in Sub-Saharan Africa. Another finding is the use of video-based systems that has been recorded as the learning platform that helps farmers to develop and publish agricultural practices. For instance, Digital Green is one among the organizations that have been supporting smallholder farmers to produce videos and teach each other. And through them, more than 30% of farmers in Ghana and 60% in Ethiopia benefited from the video training from Digital Green. Another important finding is the use of digital technology in transferring remittances for rural investment. And through digital technologies, mobile money transaction services have enabled most of rural farmers receiving the funds from abroad. For instance, in 2019, Sub-Saharan Africa received $48 billion from abroad. And these remittances are essential for scaling climate-smart agricultural practices while transforming the lives of millions of farmers across the region. Scaling up of climate-smart agriculture has not been achieved at the scale and speed necessary, especially among rural women and youth. And many smallholder farmers have limited access to both online and offline information, with little knowledge on documentation and dissemination of CSA practices. Another challenge is that most smallholder farmers cannot access digital devices and services due to the following factors: poor financial status, the cost of handset and internet, poor digital skills, and the limited network coverage. In conclusion, the current status of digitized training material is insufficient for a large scale, and this is across different farming systems, income and literacy levels, and internet and phone situations. Digital technologies have the potential for urgent scaling of CSA practices in the region, and therefore infrastructures must be enabled. And peer-to-peer training via digital platforms can be an effective tool for improving farmers' agricultural practices. Technical capacity building enhances the independence among smallholder farmers. In addition, investing in youth farmers is essential for the next generation. And this is because most youth are tech-savvy, so they can easily adopt and transform farmers through digital technologies. Also, using digital services such as Google, YouTube, and other providers as a platform for business models for farmers-oriented channels. Lastly, action is required on the policy frameworks to incentivize digital transformation among farmers. I would like to appreciate the support from my supervisors, Professor Charles Pillen and Dr. Peter McCune. And lastly, I'm very grateful for the financial support from the Ireland government through the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello again, it's me, Dr. Una Murray again. So we're now entering our last session. So I'm delighted to be introducing this last session. This session is on the topic of climate change and human mobility. Climate-related mobility has erupted as a distinct research area, and the climate change and migration nexus has been captured by an extensive array of literature and research. So in this session, we have two speakers who have conducted research projects which should add to that array of this important topic. Our first speaker is Tendai Gadasi, who disaggregated the resilience needs of farmers who were attempting to step up to respond to climate change, and who also examined issues related to maladaptation of smallholders. And then last, but certainly not least, our final speaker is Jona Huber, whose research project was on a very specific climate security migration nexus, researching what is known about climate-related mobility or migration in the Central American dry corridor. So at that, I'm going to hand you over to our last two speakers of the day. Over to you, Tendai. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tendani Gadisi, and I'll be presenting my project on avoiding climate maladaptation of smallholder farmers, disaggregating the resilient needs of farmers' capabilities to step up. Now, this project was done in partnership with CGIAR Climber. Now, talking about maladaptation, firstly, we'll talk about climate change adaptation and smallholder farmers. Adaptation is referred to as a process of adjusting to the changing climate and its impact. It is also referred to as a response that aims to minimize harm or exploit beneficial opportunities for humanity in anthropology. Now, there are many climate adaptation options that are being implemented. However, not all of them leads to positive results, and adaptation actions that leads to unintended negative effects is generally known or termed maladaptation. Globally, we have about 475 million of smallholder farmers that play a significant role in poverty alleviation and global food security. While there is a need to reduce emissions from the agricultural sector, it is also very important to scale adaptation practices that are more resilient to climate change. Adaptation comes at a cost, and that cost is context specific to different regions and society. There is less consensus on what really qualifies as adaptation financing. And as technology is advancing, there are systematic modeling frameworks that are developed to better predict cost estimates for adaptation. And according to the United Nations Environment Programme, global adaptation costs are anticipated to increase to about 532 billion annually by 2050. And this is under very minimal adaptation implementation, or what is called business as usual scenario. And on that cost, underdeveloped nations adaptation cost might range from 140 billion to 300 billion by 2030. Now, coming to maladaptation, maladaptation is generally known as adaptation that failed or adaptation that increased vulnerability of society. Although this concept has existed for about 2 decades now, there is still no consensus on what really constitutes maladaptation. And this really originates from difficulties to assess what it means to adapt or how to measure adaptation itself. There is also a very thin line between understanding or differentiating between an adaptation plan that failed and maladaptation. Other scholars still debate about maladaptation being adaptation interventions that leads to maladaptive outcomes, or adaptation implementation being the one that caused that adverse effect. Now, many scholars or other scholars have tried to typologize this concept of maladaptation. And on our right, we can see a figure that shows a typology of maladaptation, showing 3 different types of maladaptation and the affected entity. The first one being rebounding vulnerability, which shows that the affected entity is the implementing actors. The second one being shifting vulnerability, which shows that the affected entity is external factors. Now, a good example of this one might be adaptation options that are implemented in one region. However, the negative effects hit or spill over to other locations. The third one is eroding sustainability, which generally explains an increase in greenhouse gases, which usually affect the whole society without singling out implementing actors or external actors. Now, CGI Climber is currently running its project across 6 different countries, and Zambia is one of those. Now, for the scope of the sake of this project, we have used Zambia as our case study. Now, talking about climatic trends and projections, it is very clear now that keeping the rate of climate change within the 2 degrees is very limited. And this is due to the frequency and severity of climate extremes. And Zambia is one of those countries that is predicted to be hit most by this adverse outcomes because of its reliance on rain-fed agriculture. They have about 3% of their total agricultural land being irrigated. And looking at our right, we see a diagram or a map showing projected rainfall changes by 2050. And it shows that the southern region will experience drier conditions, while the northern region will experience excessive rainfall. And it is also very clear with the distinct in shades on the map. Now, with all that being said, this study has focused on 4 major questions. One being, when and how will we know when an adaptation pathway is maladaptive? Now, there are other indicators that identifies maladaptation, one being adaptation actions that focus on sectors and risks in isolation, more like focusing on short-term gains and forgetting about the long-term impacts of that adaptation options. Another one is the actions that have high opportunity cost and actions that reduce incentives. Now, it is very difficult, or it's not easy to answer when we will know that an adaptation pathway is maladaptive, since adaptation happen or adaptation actions are implemented over a wide period of time or a long period of time, and its success will also be reflective of a period of time. Now, identifying maladaptive outcomes would require a clear description of system boundaries and also a holistic system that shows interactions between actors, sectors, and goals. Now, another question is, who are the smallholder farmers that can step up to climate change adaptation? Now, a smallholder is generally referred to as a farmer that owns a farm that is up to 2 hectares in size. Although climate change affects all farmers, the risks or the increase in risks is heightened to smallholder farmers due to other interacting factors such as infectious diseases and unstable land tenure. Now, smallholder farmers are not a homogeneous group, hence how they respond to climate change varies widely. Now, DOWAT developed a theoretical framework that identifies the broad types of livelihood strategies, showing the response of farmers responding to climate change. These types include hanging in, stepping up, and stepping out. Now, hanging in talks about farmers using the assets that they have to maintain their livelihood. Stepping up explains farmers using the assets that they have to diversify or scale up their livelihood. Now, stepping out explains farmers using the assets that they have to invest or venture out in other activities. A good example of this one would be a livestock farmer who sells out all his livestock to invest in his children's education. Now, as simple as that theoretical framework is, the reality is that the livelihood of smallholder farmers is much more complex than that. Now, to determine who are the smallholder farmers that can step up, one can look at their adaptive capacity in terms of economic resources, the use of technology, ownership of infrastructure, and access to social capital. A good example of that is the table on our right, which shows the determinant of adaptive capacity, the indicators, and how that is interpreted, giving an example of an economic resource and its indicator being the diversity of source of income. And it explains that farmers who have a diverse or multiple sources of income are more suitable, are more capable to adjust to climate changes than those that do not have. And this is the same to all other determinants of adaptive capacity. Now, how can the resilient needs of those smallholder farmers with capabilities to step up be disaggregated, right? Now, there are other there are recent studies that have shown that adaptation intervention should aim to improve access to land and target broad livelihood outcomes rather than just focusing on narrow productivity. And the needs for the resilience of smallholder farmers can be improved through those determinants of adaptive capacity, the likes of access to knowledge, economic resources, infrastructure, and technology. A picture on the right shows some of the smallholder farmers in Zambia. Now, finally, we ask, can we use the DOA's typology to practically implement or categorize farmers in Zambia? Now, in an effort to do that, this study have considered how farmers in Zambia are hanging in, stepping up or stepping out. And through a review of studies, we have found or identified the main factors that farmers use to respond to climate change, which includes land ownership, access to capital, technology, availability of assets, and potential markets. Now, we have used different dimensions to further disaggregate the farmers in Zambia, and those dimensions include farm profile, farm size, commodity specialization, purpose of agricultural production, and diversification. Now, using this approach, we have identified categories of farmers in rural communities in Zambia, hoping that this will assist adaptation policymakers to modify policies, programs, and strategies, tailoring to the specific needs of different smallholder farmers in the region. This table shows a good example of that, and this is just one category, which is the small-scale farmers, and it's explaining or categorizing the small-scale farmers through all the 5 dimensions. Now, in conclusion, the needs for resilient of smallholder farmers who have capacity to step up can be disaggregated by looking at the determinants of adaptive capacity, such as access to knowledge, economic resources, technology, and infrastructure. And this study also highlights a multidimensional understanding of adaptation measures as well as maladaptation. We have also noted that further research is needed to examine more refined definition of maladaptation with all its dimensions. It is also very important for all stakeholders to work together for better improving the farmers' adaptive capacity and to sustainably improve food productivity. I would also like to acknowledge or sincerely send out my gratitude to all my supervisors who have helped me come up or develop this study, and also my sponsor, the Irish Aid for funding the study, and also CJR Climber. And with that said, I would like to say Doribua, which means thank you.
Welcome everybody, my name is Jonah. I'm excited to present my research project today, which addresses climate-related migration and the climate security migration nexus in the focus region of the Central American Dry Corridor. Serving as partner organization was the Climate Security Division of the CGIAR. And firstly, I would like to briefly introduce the concept. Climate change through a multitude of pathways has become a major driver for migration. Generally, one distinguishes between rapid onset climate change impacts, such as storms, floods, and other climate-related natural disasters, and slow onset climate change impacts, like sea level rise and desertification. Both impacts can threaten human habitat as well as livelihoods. Climate-related migration can be internal, meaning within a country, or cross-border. It can be temporary, for example, seasonal, or permanent. Among the main pathways of effect is agriculture, as climate change already drastically reduces yields, and thus income opportunities all over the world. A commonly referenced narrative is migration as adaptation, as migration from climate vulnerable areas allows for adaptation to climate change. The climate security migration nexus describes the interlinkages between climate security, including conflict and migration. And to give a brief example of this, in many places around the world, climate change has harmful effects on the availability and accessibility of natural resources. And as resources become scarcer, this can spur migration, but potentially also conflict, and conflict then in turn can spur migration on its own. So the focus area is the Central American Dry Corridor, which is a tropical dry forest region on the Pacific coast of Central America. It hosts approximately 11 million people and includes territory of Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, although the dry corridor's share of the total country territory varies considerably. It is extremely vulnerable to climate change due to large shares of the population living in rural areas. It is marked by poverty, violence, inequality, and very high occurrences of migration. For example, international migration alone increased by 137% from 6.82 million to 60.2 million in just 30 years between 1990 and 2020. So here we can see a map of Central America. The darker shaded area is the dry corridor. So we can see Panama and Costa Rica have only very limited areas which belong to the corridor, but particularly the so-called Northern Triangle, consisting of Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, have a substantial share of territory within the corridor. The different colors signify varying degrees of climate vulnerability, which is expressed by the climate-related risk exposure index. This ranges from 0 to 10, and it is calculated by the risk of exposure to floods, environmental degradation and drought, tropical cyclones and epidemics, which include plant pathogens. It also includes the capacity of the countries to limit and safeguard against climate change impacts. And as we can see, Guatemala and Honduras are, at least according to the index, the most climate vulnerable. So the methodology employed in the project was that of a systematic literature review. I focused on high impact or recently published literature from various disciplines, among them economics, political sciences, agronomy, biology, meteorology, but I also included certain grey literature from key stakeholder organizations like the IOM or FIAO, for example. Snowballing was another method used, particularly in searching for literature directly concerned with the dry corridor, and the data I used was gathered from secondary sources. So by doing all this, I was able to conclude several findings. Firstly, internal and intra-regional migration is the most prevalent form of migration in the region. Internal migration predominantly happens toward urban areas, and intra-regional migration, so within Central America, is employed as climate change adaptation strategy. A reason for that is that these kinds of migration require fewer resources, but nevertheless allow for income diversification, so meaning income opportunities which do not necessarily depend on agriculture, and they also represent an informal risk insurance for many. This kind of mobility is commonly seasonal or temporary only, and the remittances earned have grown more and more important and now are a key contribution for household incomes within the dry corridor. Crucially, households engaging in migration They tend to have higher incomes and tend to be more food secure as well. And interestingly, remittances often provide the means to continue farming for the remaining household rather than providing an exit strategy from agriculture. So this map I created tries to highlight the main destinations for migrants. So in brown, in the brown color is the dry corridor, and the green arrows point toward the main destinations. The gray dots are the main urban areas. And by looking at the net migration, it allows to highlight the main destinations. So the net migration is the total number of immigrants of a country less the annual number of emigrants. And overall, the destinations tend to be less climate vulnerable, also less violent. Costa Rica, Belize, and Panama had the highest positive net migration, although Panama's figures are still heavily influenced by migrants from Venezuela. So each of the green and red figures represents 100 migrants per 100,000 inhabitants. We also have a lot of cases of rural migration, mainly toward coffee and sugarcane growing areas. This is commonly a form of seasonal migration, and the background here is that due to climate change, there's only one planting season left in the dry corridor. So once you harvested your coffee, you might engage in labor migration toward sugarcane growing areas for additional income. So these graphs, they show urbanization, remittances, and agricultural employment. They range from 1990 to 2020. And we can see here that the relatively more climate vulnerable countries, so Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and also Honduras, they have the highest share of working population depending on agriculture for income. Urbanization in each country is increasing predominantly rapidly, and in countries with a high dependency on agriculture, remittances play a strong role for the economy. So for example, in Costa Rica and Panama, the contribution of remittances to the GDP is almost non-existent, but in El Salvador and Honduras, they now make up more than 20% of the GDP. Concerning international migration, usually south and north migration, it is prevalent in all dry corridor countries. The main destination continues to be the United States. This kind of migration usually promises higher remittance earning possibilities, but also it requires more resources to engage in this kind of migration. So regarding the climate security migration nexus, the literature review clearly showed that climate change exacerbates pre-existing socioeconomic issues such as poverty and inequality, and this then might increase the likelihood of conflict around natural resources. Climate change also increases the likelihood of engagement in illicit coping strategies. For example, some coffee farmers have switched to coca cultivation, which is used to produce cocaine, as ironically prices for coca are more stable compared to coffee or sugarcane prices. It also increases the likelihood of exploitation of migrants by organized crime. For example, kidnapping, extortion are very prevalent in the region, particularly in Mexico, also in Guatemala. And this is favored by the securitization and militarization of borders, which often leaves migrants in the hands of smugglers and human traffickers. And ultimately, climate change may set in motion vicious cycles of climate change impacts, vulnerability, violence, fragility, and migration. So a key effort was to answer whether the migration as adaptation narrative is applicable to the dry corridor. And the answer is a definite maybe. On the one hand, migration allows for incomes, for diversified incomes. It acts as informal risk insurance. It provides employment, and it also contributes to in situ adaptation for rural households. So remittances are often used to buy fertilizers, drought-resistant seeds, and other measures which may act as a safeguard against climate change impacts. On the other hand, however, the migration as adaptation narrative tends to overlook the political dimension in which migration increasingly takes place. And this particularly affects cross-border migration and south-north migration, mainly to the US. In recent years, borders have been massively securitized and militarized, meaning that military technology and personnel is employed to protect borders. Migration has been criminalized, for example, by migrant detention practices, and the exploitation of migrants by organized crime has also massively increased. And this is also represented by surging prices to cross the border, which now range around $1,500 to $6,000. So very crucial questions remain to be what can be done about this and who can do it. Globally, neither international agreements nor legal definitions addressing climate-related migration exist. At least none of them are legally binding. And there's no mechanism for climate justice to be delivered, for example, in the form of loss and damages payments by those countries which are largely responsible for climate change and which could be used for vulnerable populations. Among the dry corridor states, improved coordination and cooperation is urgently needed, for example, in integrating migration into national or even regional climate change policies, and comprehensive immigration reforms, particularly for seasonal and temporary migration, are necessary. Lastly, I want to express my gratitude to the supervisors of the University of Galway, and specifically the supervisors of the Focus Climate Security Division, for their support and guidance. And thank you for everyone's attention.
Thanks very much, Jonah. That's really wonderful. So that with Jonah's talk, that brings us to the end of all of the presentations in today's MScCCAFS annual conference for 2022. We'd really like to thank all of the students and you, the audience, for taking the time to watch and consider and reflect and comment on the various presentations. I'd also like to really thank all of my colleagues on the MScCCAFS Programme Committee, Peter McKeown, the coordinator of the CCAFS programme, David Stiles, Una Murray, Galina Burchikova, and Liz Coleman. So I'm very thankful to all of my colleagues for their excellent work over the past year and over the past years, in fact, in moving the agenda of the CCAFS programme at NUI Galway forward. Also like to thank Noel Luvu, who's working on the Leg for Dev project, for chairing the session in relation to that. I'd also like to thank Patrice and also Bertha for taking the time out of their busy schedules to be with us and give presentations on IFIAD and also on the Cliff Grads program of the GRA. But I guess mostly the major thanks has to really go to all of our excellent students, whom we're very proud of, for all of their hard work over the past year and their hard work on their projects, which at times was indeed stressful for some, but indeed all came true in the end and did excellent work. So we're very delighted, and we give a kind of a virtual round of applause essentially to everybody in relation to that. I'd also like to thank very much all of our partners out there, particularly across the CGIAR system, the United Nations system, and also NGOs and other partner organizations that we're interacting with on an ongoing basis with the CCAFS program. Without their participation and engagement, we could not have a program that is so connected to the practical realities of what is necessary to do in relation to climate action. And so we're very much thankful to the time and effort and the participation and also the dedication of everybody involved in the climate change arena, particularly in relation to agriculture and food security. I'd also like to thank all of the organizations that provide funding towards our students, particularly the Irish Aid Fellowships, which really fund a lot of our partners from the developing countries and also from the small island and developing states. So we're very much thankful to Irish Aid's engagement and support over the years. And so on behalf of our students, I'd like to express that thanks. And indeed to all of the funders of the various projects that our students engage in partnership with our partners. So at that, I'd really like to draw the conference to an end, to welcome our incoming students who are all watching the conference today and engaging in it, and to wish really the best for the future to our outgoing students, whom I'm very confident, I think on behalf of our program committee and the university, that you will be essentially the change agents for climate action that are necessary over the years ahead. So at that, I'll draw the conference to a close, and I'd like to thank everybody for their participation, and good day. Thank you.